So today we will witness again another milestone of our uh, programs here in the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. It is a milestone because we will now sign today, this morning, another memorandum of understanding. So today we will witness again another between the TUP system and PEZA in our very important program, the Special Economic Zone Institute. The Special Economic Zone Institute, as we all know, is a training program. It is actually both education and training program of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, where we will integrate the existing training programs of various government agencies, our state universities and colleges, our higher educational institutions or the private universities, of course in partnership with the LGUs and the industries themselves. Why are we doing this program and partnership? It is because of the goal of PEZA to make the Philippines as an investment haven of Asia. And we have to address the objectives of making the Philippines attractive to investors. We are now embracing that worldview of thinking global and acting local. Meaning, the Philippines is blessed, one of the countries of the world, blessed with rich human and natural resources. What we lack is addressing the efficiency factors, like we have to train and transform the Filipino workers to become multi-knowledge, multi-skilled, and world-class workers. Another objective is to create different types of economic zones in the countryside and nationwide, so that we can attract different types of industries to locate in these different types of economic zones as we promote an environment-friendly industrialization. So, to fully industrialize the country, we have to involve every Filipino to contribute in making this goal and objectives come true. So, PESA's transformation roadmap is leading us to these goals and visions and objectives. So today, the objective of transforming the Filipino worker, which by the way is the most sought after workers of the world, because the Filipino workers are young, plus our character traits that we are so friendly, hospitable, helpful, and can speak English. So we in fact produce 1 million Filipinos who reach the working age of 18 every year. So in other words, the government should be able to create jobs for this 1 million plus a year, uh, to be able to address unemployment, underemployment, and of course to address our long been problems of poverty, uh, crime incidents, and eradicating insurgency. There can be no insurgency nor crime if we will be able to provide jobs to our people. So this is exactly the goal of the Special Economic Zone Institute. Later, we hope to make also and invite the TUP system to become KIST, sir. KIST is one type of an economic zone that PEZA also created, which means Knowledge, Innovation, Science and Technology Park. We have now a pioneer KIST, the Batangas State University, which was approved by the PEZA board and proclaimed by the president. So now Batangas State University is inviting investors. So investors like those foreign schools can now become our partner by bringing their knowledge, their technology, skills training programs to the Philippine or Filipino partner school. So we will be able to attract foreign students to come to the country. We aim to make the Philippines as the educational hub of Asia. So this is altogether the Special Economic Zone Institute and the KIST will be our programs to realize this goal of making the country as an education hub of Asia. So with hand in hand with the KIST and the Special Economic Zone Institute, we hope to grow and develop our state universities and colleges and the private universities or the HAIs. So we have now signed MOUs and MOAs with these private schools and state universities and colleges, hoping that before the Duterte administration will end, we have a few months left. It is the President's Administrative Order 18 that he signed, which invites landowners, whether these are public lands or private lands, to become different types of economic zones. So altogether, every Filipino will be able to contribute in making or in realizing the goal of making the Philippines as an investment haven in Asia. So good luck to all of us, and we thank and welcome TUP System for as our partners in PEZA, and we therefore hope to have a grand day today as we embark, as we sign this MOU today. Hopefully, sir, before you get out of the building, you will already apply as a KIST because the Special Economic Zone Institute is a support program to the KIST. So with that, we hope the TUP system will enjoy the incentives that PEZA provides its investors and locators. So good morning, everyone, and may God bless us all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General Plaza, for your stimulating speech. We would like also to acknowledge the virtual presence of President Nancy M. Flores of the University of the Cordilleras, Mayor Gina M. Lizares of Sipalay City, Negros Occidental, and Mayor Ernesto A. Estrao of Hinobuan, Negros Occidental. They will be having a virtual MOU signing after the MOU signing of TUPV. May we now request President Jesus Rodrigo F. Torres of the Technological University of the Philippines System to deliver his remarks.
Good morning to Director General Ching Plaza, Deputies Director Generals Harriet Abordo, JP Yusenko, and Feo Panga. Good morning to the TUP alumnus himself, Mr. Ramon Boy Espedido of DFM Marketing and Engineering, to Mr. Alim Siddiqui Giapal, the Group Manager for PEZA, to our campus campus directors present here, Dr. Sel Pabriones and Dr. Tipora, and to our Vice President for Planning and Development, Dr. Maria Leonor Balidor. Good morning to everybody. Before the program started, Mr. Giapal and Mr. Espedido and myself were talking on the round table at the reception room. I asked them the meaning of eco zone. Mr. Giapal told me that eco is economic zone. But then I suddenly thought that since the TUP has embarked on urban planning, urban agriculture, as well as the greening of the campuses, eco could also mean economic and ecological zone, because that is going to be one of the most important concerns of human beings in the near future. We embarked on an urban agriculture program despite being a technological university, because in the next 30 years, the most important problem that we are going to face is the availability of food. With about 10 billion people in the world, straining the resources of the only planet that we have, because we do not have a second planet yet, while scientist Carl Sagan advocated that the human race must be a two-planet species. That seems to be a long way off before we are able to realize it. That's why as early as now, even universities like us should have a program for food sustainability. While listening to the speech of Director General Ching Plaza, she told us that the Filipino people are the best workers in the world because of our young population. In Singapore, for example, they have been giving incentives to couples to have children, even to the extent of giving allowances to the children up to the college level. And I thought that if they do this in the Philippines, the more the Filipinos will have children. But we are investing in education. Republic Act 10931 gives free tuition and matriculation and miscellaneous fees to all students who study in state universities and colleges, provided they are qualified and provided they will study hard. So we, taxpayers, are supporting the education of students from the TUP and all state universities and colleges. That's why I told the officials and employees of TUP and even the students that if they enroll in TUP, it's going to be a package deal. A package deal in the sense that we do not teach knowledge only, but we also teach character, attitude, discipline, because those are very important characteristics for them to be successful in the field of work. And I assure the Philippine Export Processing Zone Authority that with the TUP graduates, you are assured of a full package graduate coming from us, with attitude, with character, with discipline, as well as with knowledge. The Knowledge, Innovation, and Science Technology Park is a brilliant idea that will involve universities and colleges in the country towards participating in this endeavor. This has been a dream come true for universities and colleges, which is the first time I really have heard of being implemented in the country in my 43 years of being a worker in the government. Certainly, this was not envisioned during the time that I was president of another university, but now with the leadership of Director General Ching Plaza, this is now becoming to be a reality. We are going to participate in this program, Director Plaza, and apply for it. So that the president of Batangas State University and I will be together once more in face-to-face. Alam nyo, dadalawa kami magandang lalaking presidente ng state universities and colleges, si Dr. Tirso Ronquillo. And with that, I also suggested to Director Ching Plaza, and she gave the instruction right away that perhaps the flags of partners, universities and colleges should also hang on this magnificent hall, which we are going to imitate in the TUP. We hope and pray that in the passage of time, the TUP will be a productive partner of the Philippine Export Zone Authority. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat.
Thank you, President Jesus Rodrigo F. Torres, for your enlightening speech. The Memorandum of Understanding formally established the framework for the parties' mutual benefit regarding the creation of ecozones to facilitate, promote, and accelerate the economic development in the country. At this point, we now request Director General Charito B. Plaza and President Jesus Rodrigo F. Torres to sign the Memorandum of Agreement between the Philippine Economic Zone Authority and the Technological University of the Philippines. We shall now proceed with the photo session to commemorate the ceremony. We shall have 2 photo ops on this order. First, we will have a photo of our signatories, Director General Plaza and President Jesus Rodrigo Torres, holding the signed agreement. For our second photo, the PEZA Director General and the TUP System President will be joined by all the participants from PEZA and TUPV. Let us just observe social distancing. Following this ceremony, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority will coordinate with the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, on the exchange of the signed agreements for the other party to countersign. PEZA and TUPV would then have their respective copies with the signatures of both the PEZA Director General and the TUP System President. Now, as a sign of gratitude, PEZA prepared a simple token of appreciation for the TUPV President and delegates. This concludes our ceremony. We wish to extend our sincerest appreciation as well as our best wishes for the good health and well-being of everyone who joined us this morning. Thank you very much. Today's Global Biz with PEZA will be divided into three parts. First, the physical MOU signing of the Technological University of the Philippines, which just happened earlier, to be followed by the virtual MOU signing of University of Cordilleras, Sipalay City, and Hinubaan, Negros Occidental. Second, PEZA press conference to be facilitated by the Corporate Communications Department. And the last part is the Global Biz event proper, in the afternoon, to be graced by no less than His Excellency Adnan V. Alonto, Ambassador of the Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. We shall now proceed to the second part of the program, which is the virtual MOU signing among the University of Cordilleras, Sipalay City, and Hinubaan, Negros Occidental. In view of the COVID-19 pandemic, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, University of Cordilleras, Sipalay City, Negros Occidental, and Hinubaan, Negros Occidental have agreed to hold the signing ceremony virtually, where the agreement will be signed simultaneously in 4 different locations all over the country. In Pasay City, Baguio, Benguet, Sipalay, and Hinubaan, Negros Occidental. Again, we wish to acknowledge the presence of our Director General Bijan Charito P. Blasa, President Nancy M. Flores of the University of the Cordilleras, Mayor Gina M. Lizares of Sipalay City, Negros Occidental, Mayor Ernesto A. Estrao of Hinubaan, Negros Occidental. Joining President Nancy M. Flores is Dr. Christian T. Pascual, Director of University of the Cordillera for Institute for Innovative Learning and International Cooperation. May we request again the presence of our Director General to deliver her remarks for the occasion.
Thank you very much. May I welcome again our next group of signatories for as our CES Institute partners, and may I acknowledge, of course, our mayor of the LGU of Sipalay, the LGU of Hinubaan, and the president of the University of Cordilleras. So earlier we had the signing with the TUP system of the Visayas, and we are happy, very, very happy here in PEZA that every day we are increasing in numbers of partners who will help PEZA promote investment and transform our Filipino workers to become multi-knowledge, multi-skilled, and world-class workers. These 2 programs, the Special Economic Zone Institute and the KIST, the Knowledge, Innovation, Science, and Technology Parks, and other types of economic zones that we are offering the local government units, the state universities and colleges, and of course the HAIs or the private universities and colleges. Even the indigenous peoples, we're inviting them because they own 6 million hectares of ancestral domain lands. We are also inviting in PEZA our military, the defense industrial ecozones or complexes will soon be realized out of the military reservation areas of the Department of Defense and the Armed Forces of the Philippines. So we can attract the defense industries of the world. We are also coming up with other types of ecozones like the agro-industrial ecozone, the tourism ecozone. Of course, we have IT parks and centers so that we can attract the IT BPO companies of the world. We also are coming up with the island cities economic zone. So we will be able to utilize the 7,611, sir. That's the number of islands na raw ng Pilipinas, no? To become various types of economic zone. So what is the goal of PEZA? We will hopefully utilize the millions of hectares of idle lands nationwide, especially in the countryside, and the goal of not just making the Philippines as an investment haven in Asia, but we want to transform the Philippine economy to become production, manufacturing, digital, and export-driven economy. And we also aim to make the country self-reliant, self-sustaining, and resource-generating. Because right now, why is PEZA very aggressive in pursuing the creation of different types of ecozones so that we will be able to attract all types of industries in the world, utilize properly and responsibly because we are creating environment-friendly ecozones, green ecozones, and environment-friendly industrialization. So with this momentous occasion that we are doing today, signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, Memorandum of Agreement with several state universities and colleges and local government units, we are starting a big step towards the attainment of making the Philippines attractive to investors of the world. So we will be able to spread not just investments, bring in new technology, create thousands and millions of jobs. So there will be no more Filipino who will say, I am unemployed because the government is not taking care of me. We will put a stop of sending OFWs in the country because in every LGU there are already jobs available because of our economic zones. And our economic zones has been proven to really grow and develop not just every Filipino but every local government unit who are hosting economic zones are now highly urbanized cities, first-class municipalities or cities. So we want to uh, uh, have this happen throughout the country. So thank you again to our partner institutions, partner LGUs, and the SUCs for this opportunity to have you contribute and help PEZA in realizing that goal of making the Philippines as an investment haven in Asia. Maraming salamat.
Again, thank you very much, Director General Charito B. Plaza, for the impressive speech. We now request Ms. Nancy M. Flores, President of the University of the Cordilleras, to deliver her remarks.
From Baguio City, a pleasant day to all of you. In the context of inputs, including industry-defined workplace competencies to meet the labor demands. This aims to increase the students' employability and leverage its positive impact on the community. In 2019, the University of the Cordilleras established a Technology Business Innovation Center with the financial assistance through Higher Educational Institution Readiness for Innovation Technopreneurship Program of the Department of Science and Technology. The intention of the incubator unit is to provide structures to professors, students, and alumni to start a new intellectual and commercial ventures. The UC-TBI framework was designed to drive a culture of innovation. A targeted outcome of the innovation program is to provide an option to UC graduates as future job creators, not only for future job applications. UC's initial integration undertaking is the integration of technopreneurship course across universities' programs. Topics include practice of technopreneurship, digital marketing, design thinking, and user experience. Collaborative works, mentorships, trainings, and meetups are done. These academic programs plays important role in encouraging startups through several activities like bootcamps, training, hackathons, and competitions. A professional science master program on Master of Information Technology, which combined business professional courses with technology courses, was offered. This was co-developed by Texas Instruments, Florida State University under the USAID Stride program, and UC integrating several takeaways from the Rutgers University. Currently, there is a total of 50 professional science master MIT graduates and 27 incubatees successfully completed the 6-month incubation program. The UC TBI General Charito Plaza for this initiative of allowing universities to collaborate with industry and government. Thank you.
Thank you, President Nancy M. Flores, for your enlightening speech. And last but not the least, may we now request the Honorable Mayor Ernesto A. Estrao of Hinobaan, Negros Occidental to deliver his remarks.
Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you, Ma'am Sarito Plaza, our Director General for PEZA, and of course, Alim Jipal, for being also one of a person who was coming to our town in Hinobaan, and Reason Arobinto, and the promotion and public relationship group also coming here in our municipality, and of course with Trixie Villavicencio. First of all, in behalf of the people of Binoban, I should say we are grateful and happy for this historic occasion that happened in our town. This is our long dreams that Hinobaan could have an economic zone. By helping the PEZA, we could if we could realize this based on the manifestation of our very sympathetic president, ng kanyang magandang kalooban at ang kanyang heart nandyan sa mga mamahirap, for accelerating rural progress to creation of special economic zone in the countryside. Tama ang sinabi ni Ma'am Sarito Plaza na yung poverty ay ginagamit ng kaliwa sa kanilang mga layunin. But if the poverty could solve on the job creation. Mawala na yung mga mamahirap, magkaroon na silang trabaho, mawawala na yung insurgency. Sana matuloy ito at maraming salamat sa mga taong ginamit upang matuloy ang mga programa na maka-answer to the real problem of our countryside, especially yung mga walang trabaho. One of our agenda in Hinubaan is to reduce poverty reduction. By doing this, by making Hinubaan as one of our economic zone in southern part of Negros Occidental, not only in Hinubaan, but also our neighboring towns, Anduni, Basay, Sipalay, and other towns. That could be also one of the answer of the problems of our locality. Maraming salamat, Madam Charito Plaza. Sana dami pa ang mga taong matulungan mo. Maraming salamat. God bless us all.
Thank you, Mayor Estrao, for your powerful speech. Now, may we request the Honorable Mayor Gina M. Lizares of Sipalay City to deliver her remarks. Kindly unmute your volume, ma'am. Honorable Mayor, we can't hear you. Honorable Mayor, we can't hear anything. There's no audio. None.
Okay, so can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay, so good morning again to everyone. In behalf of the City of Sipalay, I would like to take this opportunity to thank PEZA and all the people who facilitated this meeting and also the signing of the MOU. And we are looking forward to the assistance to be given to us by PEZA and other partners that we are going to have in this endeavor. Especially during this pandemic, that we really feel the need to jumpstart our economy. And that is why we did not also hesitate when we were offered to have this meeting with PEZA. And today, I'm deeply honored to be part of this signing of the MOU, and we are looking forward again to a very healthy relationship with PEZA. So thank you and good morning to everyone.
Thank you, Mayor Lizares, for your wonderful speech. At this point, we now request Director General Charito B. Plaza, President Nancy M. Flores, Mayor Gina M. Lizares, and Mayor Ernesto A. Estrao to sign the Memorandum of Agreement among the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, the University of the Cordilleras, Sipalay City, and Hinubaan, Negros Occidental. We can now start with the MOU signing. We shall now proceed with the photo session to commemorate the ceremony. We shall have 2 photo ops on this order. First, we will have a photo of all our signatories: Director General Charito Plaza, President Nancy Flores, Mayor Gina Lizares, and Mayor Ernesto Estrao, holding the signed agreement virtually. For our second photo, the PEZA Director General, the University of the Cordilleras President, Mayors of Sipalay and Hinubaan will be joined by all the participants and officers from PEZA. Sir Teo, Sir Alim, Sir Ramon, please go in front. And also the representatives from the TUPV, please join the photo ops. Again, may we please observe social distancing. Following this ceremony, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority will coordinate with the University of Cordilleras, City of Sipalay, and Hinubaan in the exchange of the signed agreements for the other party to countersign. All the signatories would then have their respective copies with the signatures of both the PEZA Director General, the University of Cordilleras President, and Mayors of Sipalay and Hinubaan. This concludes our ceremony. We wish to extend our sincerest appreciation as well as our best wishes for the good health and well-being of everyone who joined us this morning. Thank you very much.
Next, sino? Tayo ulit.
I lost my best friend to 23. She left her body in Harvard above me. I saw no shadow.
The next part of the program will be the press conference to be facilitated by the Corporate Communications Division. Again, I am B. Philip Radin from the Promotions and Public Relations Group, your host on this morning's program. Thank you and stay safe.
Hello. So thank you very much, Mr. Radin, for that introduction, and good morning once again, everyone. And we welcome our distinguished guests and participants joining us here at the PEZA Auditorium and live via Microsoft Teams, and those who are watching us via Facebook Live. So for those who are just joining us today, at this time, we just finished witnessing the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between PEZA and various LGUs like the City of Sipalay and the Municipality of Hinobaan in Negros Occidental. Also, we have had the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding for between PEZA and our academic institutions, the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, and the University of Cordillera in Baguio. Okay. So the signing of Memorandum of Understanding is part of the initiatives of PEZA in support of Administrative Order Number 18, which aims to accelerate rural progress through the creation of ecozones, especially in the countryside. So one of the programs of PEZA is to create different types of economic zones that will attract different types of industries to our regions. So now we have come to the next part of the program, wherein we will give time to our media partners to ask questions to our Director General and to our invited guests. So before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge and welcome the presence of our media partners via MS Teams. Mr. Tyron Piad of Business Mirror, Ms. Irma Isip of Malaya Business Insight, Ms. Darlene Basingan of NNA Asia, Ms. Chris Crismundo of the Philippine News Agency, Mr. Ian Nicolas Sigaral and Ms. Luella Desiderio of the Philippine Star, Ms. Bernie Magkilat of Manila Bulletin, Ms. Othel Campos of Manila Standard, Ms. Janina Ibanez of Business World, and Ms. Ana Lea Gonzalez of the Manila Times. Again, welcome and thank you for dedicating your precious time to join us today. So at this moment, we will open the floor to entertain questions from our media partners. So the questions of our media partners will not only be about the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, but they may also ask about other pressing matters about the authority. So just a few reminders to our media partners. Please open your mic and camera only when you're recognized or when it's your time to speak. You may also key in your questions in advance at the chat box of our meeting room. So each agency is given a maximum of 2 questions and a follow-up question. To avoid simultaneous raising of questions, we have prepared a randomized list of media partners who confirmed today to ask questions in the following order. So first will be Business Mirror. Next is NNA Asia. Next is Business World. Then Manila Standard, Malaya Business Insight, Philippine Star. And the others may raise their hands. So for those who just joined in, we will give you an opportunity if we still have time after the mentioned list is done. Also, may I recognize Mr. Roy Canivel from Inquirer. So first question for our Director General. Ma'am, it's a question from the audience. So ma'am, how do you think this partnership will help our academe and our LGUs and our economy in general, especially during this time of pandemic?
The creation of Special Economic Zone Institute and the Knowledge, Innovation, Science, and Technology Parks. These 2 programs are dedicated for the state universities and colleges and even private universities. So this is in line with the goal of PEZA to utilize all the idle lands of the country. We noticed, for one, that our SUCs, for example, there are 100 plus SUCs of the country. Karamihan, puro idle, idle ang kanilang mga land properties, So with this goal to really utilize the many idle lands, so very timely ang offer ni PEZA to our state universities and colleges and the private universities. Very timely because earlier there was an executive order of the president to let the SUCs give their land properties, their idle or their vacant land properties to the poor, yung mga walang lupa, so it's similar to the CARP program before, so nataranta itong ating mga SUCs. Imagine giving up all those vacant and idle lands, for the landless Filipinos. So very timely because we wrote them a letter. And then I sent my staff to meet the presidents of the SUCs and the HAIs, the private universities. Why don't you register your campus land properties to become economic zones and the KIST type? So we have the pioneer SUC, which is Batangas State University. So Batangas State University is the first proclaimed KIST. So anong nangyayari ngayon sa Batangas State University? They are now busy entertaining investors. Investors who are into IT BPO, who are into manufacturing of small materials or manufactured products. May mga SUCs din tayo na ang kanilang land holding is agricultural. Meron ding iba tourism, kasi may mga natural tourism endowment. So what does this mean? Kung ano yung potential, ano yung resources ng kanilang mga land holdings ng ating mga SUCs will be the type of economic zone. So nagiging mix yung ating mga KIST. Foremost is dahil KIST na sila, they can now invite a foreign school partner to bring their technology, their knowledge, yung mga degree programs, technical skills training programs to Batangas State University and the forthcoming SUCs that will become KIST. So anong contribution nito sa economy? Of course, it will contribute much to the economy because once we attract investors who will bring in their dollar capital, who will bring in their technology to the country, to their partner schools, who will create hundreds and thousands of jobs and develop the lands of our SUCs. No? So multiplier effect, as we experience it with our existing economic zones, ang ating mga economic zones ang nag-serve as economic driver to grow not just the schools, but the cities, the municipalities, the provinces. So very timely also that the President issued Administrative Order 18, which hopes to accelerate growth in the countryside. So in the CREATE law, nandyan na yung additional incentives and even subsidies that the government will provide to our investors and locators and eco-zone developers. So they will be enjoying superior incentives and even subsidies, which will attract more investors to come to the Philippines. So the goal of PEZA will be realized to make the Philippines as an investment haven of Asia and to bring in new technology, to create investments, to create hundreds and thousands and millions of jobs, and we will achieve total development of the country. So yun po ang mangyayari with our SUCs and HEIs becoming one of the types of economic zones that PEZA is creating. So we are very proud to say na despite the pandemic, PEZA stood still and even increased its investments, comparing the investments that came in last year in 2020, the whole year of 2020, and just for a quarter, the first quarter of 2021, PEZA is very proud to inform everybody that we increased in just a quarter of this year, 53.87% new investments. We also increased our employment to 8.5%, and our exports income to 18.30%. So why were we able to attract investments despite the pandemic? It's because of our aggressive moves to continuously attract the global investors. And this big event like what we are doing now, the Global Biz with PEZA, this is going to be a monthly marketing and promotion program of PEZA to the whole world. So every month, there is a local or a foreign country investors forum, and we are being helped and supported by the foreign embassies in the Philippines and the Philippine embassies abroad, who also will gather these investors of their country, respective countries. So like this afternoon, we will start the Global Biz with Saudi Arabia. And this is the first step with the Saudi Arabia investors. So we are being assisted by the Saudi Arabian Embassy in the Philippines and the Saudi Arabian ambassador of the Philippines, not to Saudi Arabia, that's Ambassador Alonto. So next month, we will have the Japanese investors, we will have the European investors, the Chinese investors, and all the countries in the Middle East. They will soon have their own schedule to join in our investors forum so we can market and promote the different economic zones of the country.
Thank you very much, Director General Plaza. Now we will acknowledge Ms. Ana Lea Gonzalez. Question for you, ma'am. So she said, you said these agreements will attract more investments. Do we have an update on approved investment pledges as of May? What is PEZA's investment target for this year? Thank you.
Okay. I mentioned earlier that comparing the investments we got in 2020, at the height of the pandemic, we increased 53.87% just for the first quarter of 2021. So we are looking forward to a three-digit investment before the end of the year. No? Why are we doing this? No? Kasi ang behavior of most, no? Dahil nagla-lockdown tayo, may pandemic tayo, so natutulog sila, stay at home, work from home. But we in PEZA, we never sleep because of our mantra that we should serve the global investor. So we continuously give a 24/7 services. So we are even recognized by several institutions of the world. No, for one is the U.S. Department of State, which says that the business environment is notably better within the special economic zones, particularly those available for export businesses operated by the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, which is known for its regulatory transparency, no red tape policy, a one-stop shop service for investors. So we are taking advantage of the opportunities created by this pandemic. No? Hindi kami natutulog. Continuously, regardless of the time, the differences of time with other countries, we never stop promoting our economic zones and the incentives and the advantages of the Philippines to the global investors. Kaya we are also even cited by the Philippine Statistics Authority, which says that the 3 months to March 2021 saw the PEZA contributing the most foreign investment pledges at 62.3% of the total with 12.19 billion pesos. Likewise, PEZA was also cited, awarded special citation by the PCOO, no? So together with a few government agencies, the PCOO acknowledged PEZA's great balancing acts on the COVID-19 recognized in the 2020 FOI, Freedom of Information Awards. So among the investment promotion agencies, PEZA was the only one awarded for the Great Balancing Act. So what does this mean? We were able to do our balancing acts in protecting the health of our workers. So like for example, those who were caught by COVID, no, is less than, may I see the record here? Yung nakot ng COVID because of our, the status of the COVID-19 cases, for example, in our economic zones, out of the 1.6 million directly working in our eco zones, 95 to 98% are still operating, meaning the eco zones and the industries. And of the 1.6 million directly working, we had only 22,862 COVID cases. And 21,985 have recovered. Mortality is 109. Most of these 109 who died from among our ecozone workers got the COVID when they went back home. No? It's not in the working place. So we are very proud in PEZA to say that one of the reasons why we were able to keep our industries by not closing, by not transferring or getting out of the Philippines is because of the business assistance and reliefs that we also provided them. No? So and because of their cooperation, the COVID cases is really very small in our 413 economic zones worldwide, I mean nationwide, and 4,586 locator companies. So yun ang aming continuously is doing, and the business assistance and reliefs that we provided our locators, for example, like the work from home, from 30%, we made it 90%. And then all COVID-related expenses of our locators and ecozone operators, like the purchase of PPEs, the disinfection of their company and ecozone premises, so they can disinfect this twice or 3 times or 4 times a week, no? Port charges, because last year at the onset of the pandemic, maraming na pending na mga cargos nila in our ports, so which incurred demorages and increase in the port charges. The expense of our locators in providing shuttle services and housing for their skeletal force. So these are COVID-related expenses that we asked the PEZA board to approve and the BIR also to approve. So they can now deduct these COVID-related expenses from their 5% GIE or their income tax, to the gladness, of course, of our locators, because the government was able to extend its assistance and reliefs. So they were able to survive from this pandemic and continue operating. Another program that we did in the PEZA management, we were able to get the higher classification of the ecozone workers as economic frontliners in the classification of those who will be given free COVID vaccine. So from B3, the economic zone workers, and this includes, of course, our investors and the PEZA employees, can now avail of a free COVID vaccine, no? So courtesy of the national government, the IATF, and of course with the help and the assistance of the LGU. So this is one support that we provided our locators, our investors, so they did not have to buy their own COVID vaccines for their workers. So ngayon po libre na, no, yung mga ecozone workers, even the locators and the PEZA employees. So these are some of the major activities that we have done in PEZA to give our support to our investors, our locators, our ecozone operators, and everybody doing business in our ecozones. So we are looking forward to a 3-digit or more performance this year.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Now we move forward to another question on another matter, stated by Mr. Piad and Ms. Irma Isip. So they're asking ma'am for the update on the request to lift moratorium on ecozone development in the NCR. And same with Ms. Irma Isip. They're also asking on update on the new ecozone industrial park, IT ecozone developments.
Okay. Actually, we have written several requests, no, or letter requests to the Office of the President, including the industry associations, no, to lift already the moratorium of creating more ecozones in Metro Manila, no. So we are awaiting for the response, especially that among those that really provided employment, the biggest are the IT BPOs, no. Like in the 1.6 million directly working with our ecozones, almost 1 million comes from the jobs created by our IT BPOs. 9 metropolitan or Metro Manila cities are also asking that this moratorium be lifted because they are not yet hosting, no, any IT park or center and an IT BPO company. No? So itong actually IT BPO companies are in the 5 districts of Metro Manila. 9 cities don't have yet this type of industries and companies. So the 5 districts are Makati, Ortigas, no, in Quezon, in Alabang, in Taguig. So yung ibang 9 cities, talagang wala pa silang hino-host, no? Kaya we should take advantage of this because again, we still have to address the efficiency factors to attract our investors to go to the countryside. For most of these efficiency factors that we want to be improved and must be addressed by DICT is the IT infrastructure. Nung nag-work from home tayo, we increased from 30 to 90% work from home, realizing that even in Metro Manila, there are still many areas which has poor signals, poor IT infrastructure. So one of the assistance that we provided our IT BPO locators is to allow them to lease temporary facilities and buildings for their work from home arrangement. And even if these are not PEZA accredited buildings, no. So ngayon, because our locators or our clients in PEZA are export oriented industries, no, export companies who are into manufacturing, into IT BPO, into refinery processing, tourism, medical tourism, agro-industrial and others, no. So hindi sila masyadong affected sa ating lockdowns, no, because their market is global. So they sell their goods, their services to the global market. Unlike sa ating mga domestic enterprises, almost 80% are locked down, no, hindi nag-operate. Kaya ito yung sana maintindihan ng ating mga economic advisors na we should tap or we should make more attractive the Philippines to export companies. Kasi ito yung who keeps the economy afloat. While the domestic enterprises are locked down, are not operating, it's actually our export companies who are making the economy afloat, who maintain the jobs of the Filipinos. So sana maintindihan ito at bigyan ng utmost support ng ating gobyerno para hindi sila aalis, they will continuously operate at even expand, no. So because of this PEZA's move to attract investors every day, no. Kaya nga po maski nasa pandemic tayo, we continuously create investments year in and year out.
Thank you very much, ma'am. May we acknowledge Ms. Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning, Mr. Tereso Panga, to add?
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Actually, if we read through the provisions of CREATE, it allowed the operations of eligible projects in Metro Manila with incentives, and this will be to the inclusion of IT projects. So on that note, it's supposed to supersede already the EO issued by the President because CREATE is a law and supposedly more superior than the EO. But nonetheless, the strategy of PEZA is to get a categorical position from OP if we can already proceed with the proclamation of ecozones in Metro Manila. However, in the press release of the DTI just yesterday, they mentioned, ma'am, that while they're open to allowing IT locators in Metro Manila and as well as the continued arrangements on work from home and temporary IT centers, IT sites or pop-up sites, it seems that they're no longer inclined in allowing more IT centers in Metro Manila. So this will run counter to the clamor of some LGUs which currently are not hosting any IT center at the moment, as well as the clamor of the IT developers who would want to put up more IT centers to be able to catch the increasing investments of the IT sector, and most of these are still centralized in Metro Manila. So this is something that we need to clarify with the DOF and the FIRB so that we can continue to support the investments of IT sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, DG and Sir Panga. Now, I will read a question from the audience. This is for Dr. Jesus Rodrigo Torres, sir. So, what are the existing courses and subject offering at TUP that respond to innovation and job requirements from exporters? Also, may you share the next steps for TUP after this MOU signing with PEZA?
Yes, thank you. If the question is referring to TUP Visayas, almost all our programs, it depends upon the investors really to determine which of the students studying these programs are qualified for their expansion as well as for their operations. We have the different Bachelor of Science programs in engineering, electronics engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, computer engineering, mechatronics engineering, and instrumentation and control engineering. We also have Bachelor of Science in Mechatronics Technology, Chemistry, Engineering Technology, majors in Automotive Engineering, Chemical Engineering, Heating, Ventilation, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Engineering Technology, Computer Engineering Technology, Manufacturing Engineering Technology, Electronics Engineering Technology, Electromechanical Engineering Technology, Electrical Engineering Technology. Those are the programs we offer in TUP Visayas, which are relevant to the requirements of industry. However, the second question is where do we go from here? What will happen after we signed the Memorandum of Understanding? We wish the Memorandum of Understanding to be fleshed into Memoranda of Agreement that will make the partnership between the TUP and the PEZA more in line with the economic programs of the government, as well as to help our students fulfill their dream to become useful members of society, and to also fulfill the objective of the TUP to provide our students with a bright future for themselves. We also would like to be participants to the KIST Knowledge Innovation and Knowledge Innovation and Science and Technology, so that we will be able to fulfill our mandates much better and have better directions for the educational programs and objectives of the TUP in cooperation with the PEZA. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for that, sir. Indeed, the partnership would really be crucial and vital for us, especially during this time of pandemic. Now, to continue with the questions from our media partners, this is a follow-up question, ma'am, from Mr. Roy Canivel. So, DDG Teo, if you may also add, you may. So, the question is, just to clarify, ma'am, what is the specific investment target for 2021? And what are the drivers for the growth?
Hindi ako kasi magpo-promise of figures, no. But instead work hard to attract investors. So pagdating ng investors, that's the time we give you the figures, no. So because of our performance in the first quarter of 2021, no, it seems that we will increase investments for this year, no. Mas marami kasi first quarter pa lang yun. Increase na kami ng 54%, no? 54% compared to the whole year of 2020. No? So ang style ko kasi kami dito sa PEZA, trabaho lang kami ng trabaho, continuous marketing and promotion of our ecozones, no? And giving assistance and reliefs to our existing investors. So sa awa ng Diyos, wala namang umalis. Like 90 to 98% are operating, no? Very minimal yung hindi nag-operate. And the very reasons is number one, yung mga hindi nag-operate because they already lack the raw materials. Ito yung challenge naman ng domestic enterprises, ng ating economic advisors na to make the Philippines, the supply chain of the country complete, no? Kasi while we have a lot of investors, foreign investors for example, here in our ecozones, 80% are foreign investors. Unfortunately, they have to import. No? They have to import majority of their raw materials and supplies kasi hindi available sa Pilipinas. So dapat ito yung pagtuunan ng ating economic and trade officials na kung paano natin makomplete ang supply chain. We should also address the efficiency factors, yung mga hinahanap ng mga investors. So what are these efficiency factors so they can do good business in the Philippines, no? One of course is the supply chain para hindi na sila mag-import because everything is available in the country. So this will encourage our farmers, our MSMEs to grow and to develop and become the suppliers of our export companies. Two, they're looking at our utilities, the power rate, no, the water rate, etc., our telecommunications and IT infrastructure. Unfortunately, we are still the second highest power rate in Asia. No? So kami dito sa PEZA, we took advantage of the authority of PEZA for a franchise, the franchise authority, like one of the attractions to provide exclusive power utilities in our ecozones, no? Like in Cavite, Cavite Economic Zone for example, the power rate is only 5 pesos per kilowatt hour. If companies or investors are located outside Cavite Ecozone, they are paying 12 pesos per kilowatt hour. Same with our Mactan Economic Zone. So we provided an exclusive power provider which only gives 6 pesos per kilowatt hour compared to those companies located outside the economic zones are paying 17 pesos per kilowatt hour. So ito yung mga attractions na ginagawa namin sa PEZA, and then we even are now transforming. We are now transforming our 4 public zones, for example, to become models of a township ecozone. So makikita nyo perhaps next year, because we are now simultaneously transforming, redesigning, replanning our 4 public zones to become models of township. So meron ng mga commercial, meron ng residential, and of course the industrial. So all our locators and the workers inside our ecozones will work, live, learn, and play. No, and of course, we will continue to promote our 2 non-negotiable factors. That is, we will promote an environment-friendly industrialization. So we are redesigning our ecozones to become green, healthy, sustainable, and smart ecozones. And itong mga efficiency factors na to, supply chain, the utilities, we will be creating, we are now working with the other agencies of government to create more logistics and transportation hubs, ideally in every region, so that ma-attract ang investors to all the regions of the country. Unfortunately, like in Mindanao, we only have two, in Davao and in Cagayan de Oro, International Airport and Seaport. Ito yung major facilities na kailangan ng ating mga investors, no? So ang regions of Mindanao na walang international airport and seaport remain to be poor and less attractive to investors. Ganon din sa Visayas, only Cebu and Iloilo, no? So the other regions of where Samar, Leyte and other LGUs of the Visayas remain to be less attractive to investors. Ganon din sa Luzon, no? Ang ating international airport and seaports is only in Manila, in Subic, in Batangas, no, and then in Clark. Not enough to attract and to make the cost of doing business in the Philippines lower, no. So ito yung ina-address ni PEZA. So we have came up, in fact, we hosted the global biz with the credit facilities, no, institutions. So we will soon be signing an MOU with central bank, with foreign banks, and even local banks, no. So the MOU or the partnership will be these banks, foreign and local banks, will now establish credit facilities in every bank branches they have in the country. For example, we ask them to put up a desk, a credit facility desk for ecozone developers, for the farmers, no, for and everybody, the MSMS and those who want to put up industries or companies, to include our every Filipino, no, who own a land, no, they can already get these credit facilities in our banks nationwide. So pati na yung magtatayo ng mga international airport, seaport, no, itong mga lahat ng efficiency factors that PEZA is addressing so that we can lower the cost of doing business and continue to provide the ease of doing business and attract more investors of the world, no. So kaya meron tayong transformation roadmap. Itong aming transformation roadmap, these are the programs and projects that we will accomplish as our medium and long-term development plan. And foremost, we are now trying to convince NEDA and all government agencies that we should make economic zones development as the economic driver. So we can grow smart towns, digital cities, and hopefully new metropolitan areas in every region which started to grow economically because of the economic zones. So yun ang ating ginagawa, ina-address sa PEZA.
Thank you very much, ma'am. DDG Teo, do you have any other addition to the answer of the DG?
Thank you. Ma'am, if I may refer them to the report of UNCTAD in 2020, the report says that while FDI in Southeast Asia contracted by 31% in 2020 due to the global COVID pandemic, surprisingly, in the Philippines, FDI rose by 29%. And out of this 29%, our report on ecozone investments for 2020 actually increased by 21% for FDI. So we're following the same trend when it comes to national FDI inflows because in the case of PEZA, the sources for this FDI growth come from ICT, manufacturing, and real estate activities. And in the report of the DG, she mentioned about the 53% increase for the first quarter alone. Ecozone investments approved in 2020 first quarter versus last year, same period. And in our report, ma'am, to the Board of Investments, because they gather our targets, we mentioned to them that our target for 2020 is actually 7% increase over last year. So we're looking at an increment of about 6 billion pesos. And we have a strong basis for this projection because of the increasing FDI. And we're confident that we can attract more investment, especially with the passage of CREATE. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Sir Teo and Ma'am DG. Now, for our final question from our media partners, I'm sure this This concern is very hot at the moment because of the recent releases about the IT BPOs. So this question, ma'am, is from Miss Bernie Magkilat of Manila Bulletin. She says, ma'am, update on your request for extended work from home authority and locational restriction for BPOs in NCR. Thank you.
Yes, that has been the request of the IT BPO sector. They're even asking if we make this already as a permanent policy, no? Unfortunately, when we discuss this with the PEZA board, we are reminded that the state of calamity declaration of the president will end in September 16, 2021 this year. So it will depend now if the president will extend this state of calamity declaration. So we will also automatically extend the work from home and all the assistance and reliefs that PEZA has been providing our locators. No? So important is our objective is to keep our investors, that they should not close, they should not transfer, but increase instead their investment by expansion and entertain more, attract more new investments to the country. No? So yun ang aming pinagsikapan talaga na walang aalis, no? Walang iiwan. Kasi ang maapektuhan ang ating mga workforce, no? The Filipinos will lose their jobs if once we will not be able to keep our investors to stay with us.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Follow up again from Miss Bernie, ma'am. She says, for the work from home authority, are you still batting for the 90% work from home?
Yes, of course. Siguro tatanungin nyo, bakit hindi gawing 100%? Hanggang 90% lang talaga tayo. Why? Because it will lose the essence, no, of the ecozone. Why are we having ecozones? Because this is supposed to be where our locators should locate their offices, their companies, their factories, no. So kung 100% work from home 'yan, wala nang maiiwan sa ating mga ecozones, sa ating mga IT centers, no. So to be true to the law, para hindi maging useless yung ecozone program, we have to at least 10% should be working in the ecozone, in the ecozones. So yun.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
May I add, no?
Yes, ma'am.
One of our investors, one sector is of course the ecozone developers, no. Ito yung nagtatayo ng mga ecozones, ito yung nagtatayo ng mga IT centers. Ngayon, pag 100% yung work from home, useless na. Hindi na natin kailangan ng ecozones nga at saka IT centers. So that is supposed to be our product in PEZA, providing ecozones where locators and investors should locate their offices. Okay.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is really the final, ma'am. I'm recognizing Miss Ana Lea Gonzalez of the Manila Times. Ma'am, you're raising your hand. You may open your mic and your camera.
Okay na po. Same question as Roy earlier. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, ma'am. Another follow-up, ma'am, from Miss Bernie. So if we are looking for the return to office work, why not lower the 90% threshold?
Actually, every request of our sector industries, no, has to be approved by the board, no. So again, if there is a request like that, no, they have to write us in PEZA, the PEZA management, and then we will refer this to the board. And evaluation of the essence of the request will be done by the members of the board. No? So again, we have to consider also other sector of our industries, no? So kung work from home na tayo lahat, patay ang ecozone developers. At tsaka mawawala yung essence nga ng the purpose of the law why we have to create ecozones.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sir Theo, would you like something to add? Okay. So thank you very much once again, DG, and to our Dr. Torres and DDG Panga for gracing and answering the questions of our media partners. And that concludes our press conference today. It will be lunchtime already in just 4 minutes. So should you have any more questions or follow-ups that you need to ask our guests or our PEZA management, so you may send us an email at info@peza.gov.ph or dgnews@peza.gov.ph. So after this, we will be sharing to you the recording of the press conference for your perusal. And now we once again thank you, our media partners, for your time and for the questions, and for our distinguished guests and Director General for attending to the questions and for giving us your precious time today. So as we close, may I invite our media partners to join us for the Global Biz with Visayas and Mindanao LGUs after the break. So as a sneak peek, please stay tuned as we present various audiovisual presentations of PEZA and our partners for this event. Thank you once again and stay safe. May God bless us all.
Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT BPO, tourism, medical investments, and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT/BPO, tourism, medical tourism, and
centric. We've got world-class facilities here and infrastructure. We've got government and PEZA support that allows us to facilitate our operation here.
Generally, education standard is quite high. There are many graduates from university and college. That's why we thought hiring would be easier for us.
1 million Filipinos reach the working age every year. We are also the only ASEAN country granted the GSP status by both the United States and the European Union, meaning Philippine exports can enter the US and the European region tariff-free. Over the years, we have developed the PEZA brand of service for ease of doing business. First, we are a one-stop shop. Second, we are a non-stop shop. There is no red tape, only red carpet treatment. And lastly, in PEZA, there is no graft, no corruption.
PEZA is renowned and highly respected for its one-stop shop policy. And as a matter of fact, it is highly regarded globally because of its no corruption tolerance and also its campaign against red tape.
The office in Manila, for example, there are other government agencies that reside within the office, such as the Bureau of Immigration and Bureau of Customs, which makes it a lot easier for us to secure the necessary permits to deliver our business in country. We are also recognized in 2019 as the PEZA Employer of the Year in terms of large enterprise.
PEZA is giving us a 5% GIT, inclusive of all taxes in the Philippines. We even get income tax holiday for new projects that we're bringing into this country. As a matter of fact, most countries has patterned their export industry using PEZA as their model.
First, timely and consistent processing through PEZA's one-stop shop concept.
Second, assistance by the very accommodating and capable PEZA personnel.
Third, partnership. We are in good company with PEZA.
PEZA was also the only economic zone agency cited by the IFC World Bank for best practice among economic zones worldwide.
We've been able to expand our portfolio in terms of technologies and also markets. We are now supplying to North America, to Europe, Asia. Effectively, we're very much a worldwide company now as a result of the ease of doing business.
Here in the Philippines, you are very culturally affiliated to North America, and that's something that our North American customers love a lot, which is why they choose to come here by the droves. Philippines has grown and is one of the largest, in fact, the largest center for voice outsourcing across the globe.
The 40 years of operation of Texas Instruments in the Philippines is already more than enough manifestation of how we greatly appreciate and value the services of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
So if I have my way, I would say that we have to expand PEZA and even convert the whole country into a PEZA zone to improve the competitiveness of this country, provide more jobs for our people.
Experience the best of the Philippines, the best place to invest in. Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas.
Good day everyone, I am Mayor Alfredo Marañon III of the City of Sagay, a member of Kasama District Development Alliance comprising the Municipality of Manapla, the source of biomass and solar renewable power, and the City of Cadiz, host to one of the largest solar farm in Southeast Asia and the future Deepwater International Port. And we would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to present our Export Processing Zone project. The said project has been registered and proclaimed as Export Processing Zone and will be completed by the first quarter of 2020, complete with amenities for locators, relocating and expanding its operation in our processing zone. Port facilities are likewise in place and continuous development being undertaken to complement the transshipment of products from industry locators. I am inviting all of you and see for yourselves the developments we have carried out to maximize our strategic location because of our proximity to the growth centers like Bacolod, Cebu, Iloilo, and Batangas in Luzon. As a sign of goodwill, we are giving value to your investment. We are offering an extended income tax holiday under a business-friendly environment in a stable social and political climate. Take advantage of our competitive daily wage rate of 365 pesos, complemented with a 200,000 potential labor force throughout the 2nd District Alliance. We have sufficient and cheaper water supply coming from our major water resources for your convenience. We will provide you with a stable power supply with a minimal carbon footprint from our renewable power generation portfolio like solar, biomass, and hydropower. Come and invest in our processing zone and forge a successful partnership with us because we will give you the best offer, putting premium on the ease of doing business.
By virtue of Republic Act 9996, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, coordinates interregional and Mindanao-wide initiatives to effect socio-economic development in the island region, harmonizes programs and projects from government agencies, development partners, and other stakeholders for national prioritization and when necessary for presidential intervention, integrates efforts with a Mindanao-wide perspective, ensuring that plans of respective agencies in the island region are seamlessly connected to the larger Mindanao agenda and national policy. MINDA also implements, whenever allowed and authorized bylaws, Mindanao-wide interregional programs and projects, including official development assistance projects. As the Philippine Coordinating Office for BIM-IAGA, MINDA represents and strengthens the participation of the Philippine focus areas for the BIM-IAGA, which are Mindanao and Palawan. As the overall coordinator for interregional development, MINDA will sustain its unwavering commitment in consolidating the island's socio-economic development necessary to achieve a long-term peace and security in Mindanao, a development that transcends political and geographical boundary, a regime of long-term peace and security, a sustainable and uplifted life for every Mindanaoan. There is no doubt that this island region is on its way to progress, but the journey towards that goal is not without some roadblocks. Transforming Mindanao is a personal legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and the track towards this change needs to be high speed. That is why, as a government body mandated to provide strategic direction for Mindanao, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, is working hard to ensure that all initiatives related to the socio-economic development in the island region are facilitated and implemented as soon as possible. We believe that this can be done for Mindanao, but this Herculean task is something that can't be done alone. That is why we need your help in our journey towards integrating Mindanao. President Duterte's 10-point socio-economic agenda identifies infrastructure and industry development as the key drivers for more robust economic activities in Mindanao, which is expected to lead to more jobs and reduced poverty. Taking that into consideration, MINDA has developed the Mindanao Development Corridor Strategy, or MINDC, as a framework for integrated economic development in Mindanao. The concept of economic corridors helps encourage economic activity in developing and underdeveloped areas by linking them to growth centers through infrastructure and connectivity modes. This approach is used worldwide, particularly in the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan are part of the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Economic Corridor. At the forefront of these projects is the establishment of the Trans-Mindanao High-Speed Railway System, a longtime dream of Mindanaoan. This railway network is expected to boost the potentials of the region in terms of tourism, trade, and commerce with the improved and efficient movement of goods and services. To complement this, we are also pushing for the development of more renewable energy capacities that will also be crucial in meeting the 3,000 megawatt power requirement of Mindanao by 2030. With agriculture as Mindanao's inherent comparative advantage, MINDA also pushes for the establishment of the agroeconomic zones along with the development of the Picong Freeport and Ecozone in Lanao del Sur as part of its efforts under the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. Other key projects on the fields of infrastructure and industry development, among others, have also been identified and strategically spread out throughout the region. All of these efforts are a part of the bigger legacy of transforming Mindanao, and this is where we can work together to make things possible. There is so much that needs to and can be done for Mindanao. With its natural resources, capable workforce, and a leader who hails from the region, we just cannot let Mindanao's potentials go to waste.
Sipalay City, with its natural beauty and breathtaking landscape, sparkles as the next major beach, tourism, and investment destination in the country. The jewel of the Sugar Island is more than ready. Nestled away from the typhoon belt in central Philippines in Negros Occidental Province, Sipalay is strategically placed in Sulu Sea, which is one of the most important shipping routes in the archipelago. With great tropical weather, Sipalay is extremely abundant with natural assets, water and marine resources, vast tracts of land and agricultural produce, numerous tourist attractions, and huge amount of mineral deposits more than ready for future economic development. Stable, supportive, non-stop, the unparalleled energy of the local government has laid out development policies and an updated land use plan to promote an investment-friendly climate. Its local culture, traditions, and flavors, blended with the ingenuity of foreign residents, has created a unique and united community. Transport amenities like airport and seaport are ready to serve, and new roads and bridges has improved access to more growth areas. To safeguard its treasures, environmental protection programs and infrastructure are established, and health facilities and emergency response services are available round the clock. Through Sipalay's Sustainable Gains Development Agenda, a well-lived future beckons.
Over the years, we have been reviewing, strengthening, and enhancing our policies, advocacies, and programs, and empowering Sipalaynoons, thereby laying the groundwork for future development plans. We remain committed to ensure inclusive growth and progress for our constituents and the city without sacrificing conservation and sustainability, the cornerstone of our local governance. With this in mind, we are looking for partners and investors that would share our dream and vision. As we move forward to a better normal, we are excited to have you here to join us in our journey towards a smart, safe, and sustainable future for the people of Sipalay.
With all these vibrant possibilities, Sipalay, the jewel of the Sugar Island, is more than ready.
On June 19, 1946, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa believed that education is a birthright, which led to the establishment of the Baguio Colleges. Baguio Colleges, which initially offered courses in teacher training and liberal arts, with 156 students as the first batch of enrollees, and the establishment of the College of Law, where the founder, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa, taught law. Later in the 50s, Baguio Colleges expanded further. From Campo Filipino campus in 1967, it moved to its present location at the junction of Harrison and Governor Back Roads. In 1998, Baguio Colleges Foundation produced its first bar top-notcher, Janet Abuel. During the bar exams of 2006, the University of the Cordilleras produced another bar top-notcher, Noel Malimban. In November 22, 2003, the school was awarded with university status and became the University of the Cordilleras. In 2005, Project Helen was conceptualized to materialize the vision of the university in contributing development of the community and the larger society. As Hall of Famers during Panagbanga Street Dance Competition in 2008. In 2009, the university developed a master development plan for the Burnham Park and was donated to the city government. From 2010 to present, University of the Cordilleras is enjoying its autonomous status granted by the Commission on Higher Education. In 2016, the Commission of Higher Education has awarded Centers of Excellence to 3 UC programs. University of the Cordilleras has partnered with U.S. Agency for International Development. University of the Cordilleras has established the University of the Cordilleras Innovation and Nurturing Space, or UCIANS. In 2019, University of the Cordilleras has been certified by TÜV Rheinland. University of the Cordilleras project was also among the 2020 National Commission for Culture and the Arts competitive grants awardees. 2021 is a huge leap as the Commission on Higher Education has allowed University of the Cordilleras to reopen the campus for the College of Nursing's limited face-to-face classes. University of the Cordilleras Technology, Innovation, and Global Education towards Industry 4.0. This is the University of the Cordilleras, celebrating excellence built through humble beginnings.
Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT BPO, tourism, medical tourism, and agro-industry. So why the Philippines?
Dole chose the Philippines and Mindanao specifically here in South Cotabato because the agronomic conditions are perfect for growing pineapples. So we are very close to the equator. We get a consistent climate over 12 months.
Which means we can plant the whole year round.
Philippine location is strategically situated in Southeast Asia. Logistic operation is another advantage, especially on import and export movement that is relevant to Samsung supply chains.
The Philippines is the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN 6 countries.
The Philippines has got a very large pool of highly trainable and really passionate workers, and I think that's one of the key things that is important in our industry, which is highly people-centric. We've got world-class facilities here and infrastructure. We've got government and PEZA support that allows us to facilitate our operation here.
Generally, education standard is quite high. There are many graduates from university and college. That's why we thought hiring would be easier for us.
1 million Filipinos reach the working age every year. We are also the only ASEAN country granted the GSP status by both the United States and the European Union, meaning Philippine exports can enter the US and the European region tariff-free. Over the years, we have developed the PEZA brand of service for ease of doing business. First, we are a one-stop shop. Second, we are a non-stop shop. There is no red tape, only red carpet treatment. And lastly, in PEZA, there is no graft, no corruption.
PEZA is renowned and highly respected for its one-stop shop policy. And as a matter of fact, it is highly regarded globally because of its no corruption tolerance and also its campaign against red tape.
The office in Manila, for example, there are other government agencies that reside within the office, such as the Bureau of Immigration and Bureau of Customs, which makes it a lot easier for us to secure the necessary permits to deliver our business in country. We are also recognized in 2019 as the PEZA Employer of the Year in terms of large enterprise.
PEZA is giving us a 5% GIT, inclusive of all taxes in the Philippines. We even get income tax holiday for new projects that we're bringing into this country. As a matter of fact, most countries has patterned their export industry using PEZA as their model.
First, timely and consistent processing through PEZA's one-stop shop concept.
Second, assistance by the very accommodating and capable PEZA personnel.
Third, partnership. We are in good company with PEZA.
PEZA was also the only economic zone agency cited by the IFC World Bank for best practice among economic zones worldwide.
We've been able to expand our portfolio in terms of technologies and also markets. We are now supplying to North America, to Europe, Asia. Effectively, we're very much a worldwide company now as a result of the ease of doing business.
Here in the Philippines, you are very culturally affiliated to North America, and that's something that our North American customers love a lot, which is why they choose to come here by the droves. Philippines has grown and is one of the largest, in fact, the largest center for voice outsourcing across the globe.
The 40 years of operation of Texas Instruments in the Philippines is already more than enough manifestation of how we greatly appreciate and value the services of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
So if I have my way, I would say that we have to expand PEZA and even convert the whole country into a PEZA zone to improve the competitiveness of this country, provide more jobs for our people.
Experience the best of the Philippines, the best place to invest in. Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas.
Good day, everyone. I am Mayor Alfredo Marañon III of the City of Sagay, a member of Kasama District Development Alliance, comprising the Municipality of Manapla, the source of biomass and solar renewable power, and the City of Cadiz, host to one of the largest solar farm in Southeast Asia and the future Deepwater International Port. And we would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to present our Export Processing Zone project. The said project has been registered and proclaimed as Export Processing Zone and will be completed by the first quarter of 2020, complete with amenities for locators, relocating and expanding its operation in our processing zone. Port facilities are likewise in place and continuous development being undertaken to complement the transshipment of products from industry locators. I am inviting all of you and see for yourselves the developments we have carried out to maximize our strategic location because of our proximity to the growth centers like Bacolod, Cebu, Iloilo, and Batangas in Luzon. As a sign of goodwill, we are giving value to your investment. We are offering an extended income tax holiday under a business-friendly environment in a stable social and political climate. Take advantage of our competitive daily wage rate of 365 pesos, complemented with a 200,000 potential labor force throughout the 2nd District Alliance. We have sufficient and cheaper water supply coming from our major water resources for your convenience. We will provide you with a stable power supply with a minimal carbon footprint from our renewable power generation portfolio like solar, biomass, and hydropower. Come and invest in our processing zone and forge a successful partnership with us because we will give you the best offer, putting premium on the ease of doing business.
By virtue of Republic Act 9996, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, coordinates interregional and Mindanao-wide initiatives to effect socio-economic development in the island region, harmonizes programs and projects from government agencies, development partners, and other stakeholders for national prioritization and when necessary for presidential intervention, integrates efforts with a Mindanao-wide perspective, ensuring that plans of respective agencies in the island region are seamlessly connected to the larger Mindanao agenda and national policy. MINDA also implements, whenever allowed and authorized by laws, Mindanao-wide interregional programs and projects, including official development assistance projects. As the Philippine Coordinating Office for BIM-IAGA, MINDA represents and strengthens the participation of the Philippine focus areas for the BIM-IAGA, which are Mindanao and Palawan. As the overall coordinator for interregional development, Minda will sustain its unwavering commitment in consolidating the island's socio-economic development necessary to achieve a long-term peace and security in Mindanao, a development that transcends political and geographical boundary, a regime of long-term peace and security, a sustainable and uplifted life for every Mindanaoan. There is no doubt that this island region is on its way to progress, but the journey towards that goal is not without some roadblocks. Transforming Mindanao is a personal legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and the track towards this change needs to be high speed. That is why, as a government body mandated to provide strategic direction for Mindanao, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, is working hard to ensure that all initiatives related to the socio-economic development in the island region are facilitated and implemented as soon as possible. We believe that this can be done for Mindanao, but this Herculean task is something that can't be done alone. That is why we need your help in our journey towards integrating Mindanao. President Duterte's 10-point socio-economic agenda identifies infrastructure and industry development as the key drivers for more robust economic activities in Mindanao, which is expected to lead to more jobs and reduced poverty. Taking that into consideration, MINDA has developed the Mindanao Development Corridor Strategy, or MINDC, as a framework for integrated economic development in Mindanao. The concept of economic corridors helps encourage economic activity in developing and underdeveloped areas by linking them to growth centers through infrastructure and connectivity modes. This approach is used worldwide, particularly in the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan are part of the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Economic Corridor. At the forefront of these projects is the establishment of the Trans-Mindanao High-Speed Railway System, a longtime dream of Mindanaoan. This railway network is expected to boost the potentials of the region in terms of tourism, trade, and commerce with the improved and efficient movement of goods and services. To complement this, we are also pushing for the development of more renewable energy capacities that will also be crucial in meeting the 3,000 megawatt power requirement of Mindanao by 2030. With agriculture as Mindanao's inherent comparative advantage, MINDA also pushes for the establishment of the agroeconomic zones along with the development of the Picong Freeport and Ecozone in Lanao del Sur as part of its efforts under the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. Other key projects on the fields of infrastructure and industry development, among others, have also been identified and strategically spread out throughout the region. All of these efforts are a part of the bigger legacy of transforming Mindanao, and this is where we can work together to make things possible. There is so much that needs to and can be done for Mindanao. With its natural resources, capable workforce, and a leader who hails from the region, we just cannot let Mindanao's potentials go to waste.
Sipalay City, with its natural beauty and breathtaking landscape, sparkles as the next major beach, tourism, and investment destination in the country. The jewel of the Sugar Island is more than ready. Nestled away from the typhoon belt in central Philippines in Negros Occidental Province, Sipalay is strategically placed in Sulu Sea, which is one of the most important shipping routes in the archipelago. With great tropical weather, Sipalay is extremely abundant with natural assets, water and marine resources, vast tracts of land and agricultural produce, numerous tourist attractions, and huge amount of mineral deposits more than ready for future economic development. Stable, supportive, non-stop. The unparalleled energy of the local government has laid out development policies and an updated land use plan to promote an investment-friendly climate. Its local culture, traditions, and flavors, blended with the ingenuity of foreign residents, has created a unique and united community. Transport amenities like airport and seaport are ready to serve, and new roads and bridges has improved access to more growth areas. To safeguard its treasures, environmental protection programs and infrastructure are established, and health facilities and emergency response services are available round the clock. Through Sipalay's Sustainable Gains Development Agenda, a well-lived future beckons.
Over the years, we have been reviewing, strengthening, and enhancing our policies, advocacies, and programs, and empowering Sipalaynons, thereby laying the groundwork for future development plans. We remain committed to ensure inclusive growth and progress for our constituents and the city without sacrificing conservation and sustainability, the cornerstone of our local governance. With this in mind, we are looking for partners and investors that would share our dream and vision. As we move forward to a better normal, we are excited to have you here to join us in our journey towards a smart, safe, and sustainable future for the people of Sipalay.
With all these vibrant possibilities, Sipalay, the jewel of the Sugar Island, is more than ready.
On June 19, 1946, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa believed that education is a birthright, which led to the establishment of the Baguio Colleges. Baguio Colleges, which initially offered courses in teacher training and liberal arts with 156 students as the first batch of enrollees, and the establishment of the College of Law, where the founder, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa, taught law. Later in the 50s, Baguio Colleges expanded further. From Campo Filipino campus in 1967, it moved to its present location at the junction of Harrison and Governor Back Roads. In 1998, Baguio Colleges Foundation produced its first bar top-notcher, Janet Abuel. During the bar exams of 2006, the University of the Cordilleras produced another bar top-notcher, Noel Malimban. In November 22, 2003, the school was awarded with university status and became the University of the Cordilleras. In 2005, Project Helen was conceptualized to materialize the vision of the university in contributing development of the community and the larger society. As Hall of Famers during Panagbanga street dance competition in
Hinubaan, once described as the last southern municipality of Negros Occidental, has since outgrown that description. The prime nautical highways from Bacolod City, the capital of Negros Occidental, and Dumaguete City, the capital of Negros Oriental, all converge in the municipality of Hinubaan, making us the perfect location for both investment and housing. On normal traffic, the municipality of Hinubaan is just short of 4 hours travel to Bacolod City Airport and at least 3 hours to Dumaguete Airport and Seaport. We have our existing seaport of international standard, plus another seaport under construction that will serve as a ship chandling hub of international vessels. The old airstrip of the now defunct ILCO is another target development of the municipality of Hinubaan, as it sits on the edge of the 283 hectares of the proposed Southern Negros Industrial Estate. Within the year, barring delays due to the present pandemic, we hope to see the start of the mega construction of more than 600 million pesos Highland Highway that will link Hinubaan proper to the town of Candoni via Barangay Damutan in Hinubaan. Once completed, it will serve as a shortcut from Cabancalan City and Negros Occidental towards Hinubaan Port of International Standard. On top of that, our farmers will soon find the best irrigation support when our NIA-assisted 2 billion mega irrigation project is completed. Hinubaan is proud to say that we are the safest place to live and invest in Region 6 as we registered the lowest number of index crime as per PNP validation. So come to Hinubaan and try the best of tuna. Come to Hinubaan and spend your bonding moments with your family in our now improved tourist destination. Hinubaan, the place that helped turn the tide of history. It is here at the
To know is to keep up with the change, but to learn is to go beyond the best. This is TUPV. Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas was established in 1977 as one of the 3 prototype technician institutes of the government. In 1978, the Philippine College of Arts and Trades was converted into the Technological University of the Philippines and was recognized as the apex of technology education. TUPV is more than just making graduates. It owns professionals. With quality education and responsive industrial it offers, TUPV soared high in the technological education arena. TUPV is now at par with the nation's most competitive universities in riding the tides of globalization. Professionals with top-notch skills and values, mirroring the Filipino vision of loading a role in the global stage. This is what the Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, had achieved for 4 decades, and she continues to cross the limits even more. Courses offered: Bachelor of Science in Electronics Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, Bachelor of Science in Chemistry, Bachelor of Technology, major in Mechatronics Technology, Bachelor of Science in Engineering Technology with the following areas of specialization: Automotive Servicing and Management, Chemical Engineering Technology, Electrical Engineering Technology, Electronics Engineering Technology, Electromechanical Technology, Manufacturing Engineering Technology, Heating, Ventilating, Air Conditioning, and Refrigeration Engineering Technology, Computer Engineering Technology, Bachelor of Science in Engineering Technology under Expanded Tertiary Education Equivalency and Accreditation Program, or ETM. With these courses, TUPV aims to produce globally competitive individuals with good sense of values set to lead the nations in technological advancement. TUPV also offers students the chance to enjoy extracurricular activities amidst the very hectic college life, events that are avenues for students to showcase their skills in sports and in the arts. Events like this have also helped in establishing a stronger bond between students and departments and to create a more united academic institution. The UPV has also recently achieved an ISO 9001-2015 certification, an accreditation level 3 for the engineering department, and an accreditation level 2 for the engineering technology department from ACOP, to ensure the students' education for the finest quality in facilities that will prepare them for their future industrial working environments. The institution also caters scholars from different government and non-government organizations like the TOST, JET, the TUPV's Academic Scholarship Program. Over the years, TUPV has proven itself to be a force to reckon with when it comes to licensure exams, serving as testament to its high passing rate, not once going below the national passing rate. Apart from that, TUPV is also home to exam top-notchers,
an institution that prepares students for real life and demands of the industry.
An institution where learning and surviving the struggle sharpen
and nurture the mind for the global tides.
TUPV morphs aspirations into realization.
For right here in this institution, we have become technology in motion.
TUP Visayas is a strong, potent force contributing to technological and engineering education to the entire country and to the whole ASEAN region. For we did!
For we did!
And we can!
For here in TUPV.
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 We have become.
We have become.
We have become.
We have become. We have become.
Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT BPO, tourism, medical tourism, and agro industry. So why the Philippines?
Dole chose the Philippines and Mindanao specifically here in South Cotabato because the agronomic conditions are perfect for growing pineapples. So we are very close to the equator. We get a consistent climate over 12 months.
Which means we can plant the whole year round.
Philippine location is strategically situated in Southeast Asia. Logistic operation is another advantage, especially on import and export movement that is relevant to Samsung supply chain.
The Philippines is the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN 6 countries.
The Philippines has got a very large pool of highly trainable and really passionate workers, and I think that's one of the key things that is important in our industry, which is highly people-centric. We've got world-class facilities here and infrastructure. We've got government and PEZA support that allows us to facilitate our operation here.
Generally, education standard is quite high. There are many graduates from university and college. That's why we thought hiring would be easier for us.
1 million Filipinos reach the working age every year. We are also the only ASEAN country granted the GSP status by both the United States and the European Union, meaning Philippine exports can enter the US and the European region tariff-free. Over the years, we have developed the PEZA brand of service for ease of doing business. First, we are a one-stop shop. Second, we are a non-stop shop. There is no red tape, only red carpet treatment. And lastly, in PEZA, there is no graft, no corruption.
PEZA is renowned and highly respected for its one-stop shop policy. And as a matter of fact, it is highly regarded globally because of its no corruption tolerance and also its campaign against red tape.
The office in Manila, for example, there are other government agencies that reside within the office, such as the Bureau of Immigration and Bureau of Customs, which makes it a lot easier for us to secure the necessary permits to deliver our business in country. We are also recognized in 2019 as the PEZA Employer of the Year in terms of large enterprise.
PEZA is giving us a 5% GIT, inclusive of all taxes in the Philippines. We even get income tax holiday for new projects that we're bringing into this country. As a matter of fact, most countries has patterned their export industry using PEZA as their model.
First, timely and consistent processing through PEZA's one-stop shop concept.
Second, assistance by the very accommodating and capable PEZA personnel.
Third, partnership. We are in good company with PEZA.
PEZA was also the only economic zone agency cited by the IFC World Bank for best practice among economic zones worldwide.
We've been able to expand our portfolio in terms of technologies and also markets. We are now supplying to North America, to Europe, Asia. Effectively, we're very much a worldwide company now as a result of the ease of doing business.
Here in the Philippines, you are very culturally affiliated to North America, and that's something that our North American customers love a lot, which is why they choose to come here by the droves. Philippines has grown and is one of the largest, in fact, the largest center for voice outsourcing across the globe.
The 40 years of operation of Texas Instruments in the Philippines is already more than enough manifestation of how we greatly appreciate and value the services of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
So if I have my way, I would say that we have to expand PEZA and even convert the whole country into a PEZA zone to improve the competitiveness of this country, provide more jobs for our people.
Experience the best of the Philippines, the best place to invest in. Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas.
Good day, everyone. I am Mayor Alfredo Marañon III of the City of Sagay, a member of Kasama District Development Alliance, comprising the Municipality of Manapla, the source of biomass and solar renewable power, and the city of Cadiz, host to one of the largest solar farm in Southeast Asia and the future Deepwater International Port. And we would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to present our Export Processing Zone project. The said project has been registered and proclaimed as Export Processing Zone and will be completed by the first quarter of 2020, complete with amenities for locators, relocating and expanding its operation in our processing zone. Port facilities are likewise in place and continuous development being undertaken to complement the transshipment of products from industry locators. I am inviting all of you and see for yourselves the developments we have carried out to maximize our strategic location because of our proximity to the growth centers like Bacolod, Cebu, Iloilo, and Batangas in Luzon. As a sign of goodwill, we are giving value to your investment. We are offering an extended income tax holiday under a business-friendly environment in a stable social and political climate. Take advantage of our competitive daily wage rate of 365 pesos, complemented with a 200,000 potential labor force throughout the 2nd District Alliance. We have sufficient and cheaper water supply coming from our major water resources for your convenience. We will provide you with a stable power supply with a minimal carbon footprint from our renewable power generation portfolio like solar, biomass, and hydropower. Come and invest in our processing zone and forge a successful partnership with us because we will give you the best offer, putting premium on the ease of doing business.
By virtue of Republic Act 9996, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, coordinates interregional and Mindanao-wide initiatives to effect socio-economic development in the island region, harmonizes programs and projects from government agencies, development partners, and other stakeholders for national prioritization, and when necessary for presidential intervention, integrates efforts with a Mindanao-wide perspective, ensuring that plans of respective agencies in the island region are seamlessly connected to the larger Mindanao agenda and national policy. MINDA also implements, whenever allowed and authorized bylaws, Mindanao-wide interregional programs and projects, including official development assistance projects. As the Philippine Coordinating Office for BIM-IAGA, MINDA represents and strengthens the participation of the Philippine focus areas for the BIM-IAGA, which are Mindanao and Palawan. As the overall coordinator for interregional development, MINDA will sustain its unwavering commitment in consolidating the island's socio-economic development necessary to achieve a long-term peace and security in Mindanao, a development that transcends political and geographical boundary, a regime of long-term peace and security, a sustainable and uplifted life for every Mindanaoan. There is no doubt that this island region is on its way to progress, but the journey towards that goal is not without some roadblocks. Transforming Mindanao is a personal legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and the track towards this change needs to be high speed. That is why, as a government body mandated to provide strategic direction for Mindanao, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, is working hard to ensure that all initiatives related to the socio-economic development in the island region are facilitated and implemented as soon as possible. We believe that this can be done for Mindanao, but this Herculean task is something that can't be done alone. That is why we need your help in our journey towards integrating Mindanao. President Duterte's 10-point socio-economic agenda identifies infrastructure and industry development as the key drivers for more robust economic activities in Mindanao, which is expected to lead to more jobs and reduced poverty. Taking that into consideration, MINDA has developed the Mindanao Development Corridor Strategy, or MINDC, as a framework for integrated economic development in Mindanao. The concept of economic corridors helps encourage economic activity in developing and underdeveloped areas by linking them to growth centers through infrastructure and connectivity modes. This approach is used worldwide, particularly in the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan are part of the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Economic Corridor. At the forefront of these projects is the establishment of the Trans-Mindanao High-Speed Railway System, a longtime dream of Mindanaoan. This railway network is expected to boost the potentials of the region in terms of tourism, trade, and commerce with the improved and efficient movement of goods and services. To complement this, we are also pushing for the development of more renewable energy capacities that will also be crucial in meeting the 3,000 megawatt power requirement of Mindanao by 2030. With agriculture as Mindanao's inherent comparative advantage, MINDA also pushes for the establishment of the agroeconomic zones along with the development of the Picong Freeport and Ecozone in Lanao del Sur as part of its efforts under the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. Other key projects on the fields of infrastructure and industry development, among others, have also been identified and strategically spread out throughout the region. All of these efforts are a part of the bigger legacy of transforming Mindanao, and this is where we can work together to make things possible. There is so much that needs to and can be done for Mindanao. With its natural resources, capable workforce, and a leader who hails from the region, we just cannot let Mindanao's potentials go to waste.
Sipalay City, with its natural beauty and breathtaking landscape, sparkles as the next major beach, tourism, and investment destination in the country. The jewel of the Sugar Island is more than ready. Nestled away from the typhoon belt in central Philippines in Negros Occidental Province, Sipalay is strategically placed in Sulu Sea, which is one of the most important shipping routes in the archipelago. With great tropical weather, Sipalay is extremely abundant with natural assets, water and marine resources, vast tracts of land and agricultural produce, numerous tourist attractions, and huge amount of mineral deposits more than ready for future economic development. Stable, supportive, non-stop, the unparalleled energy of the local government has laid out development policies and an updated land use plan to promote an investment-friendly climate. Its local culture, traditions, and flavors, blended with the ingenuity of foreign residents, has created a unique and united community. Transport amenities like airport and seaport are ready to serve, and new roads and bridges has improved access to more growth areas. To safeguard its treasures, environmental protection programs and infrastructure are established, and health facilities and emergency response services are available round the clock. Through Sipalay Sustainable Gains Development Agenda, a well-lived future beckons.
Over the years, we have been reviewing, strengthening, and enhancing our policies, advocacies, and programs, and empowering Sipalaynoans, thereby laying the groundwork for future development plans. We remain committed to ensure inclusive growth and progress for our constituents and the city without sacrificing conservation and sustainability, the cornerstone of our local governance. With this in mind, we are looking for partners and investors that would share our dream and vision. As we move forward to a better normal, we are excited to have you here to join us in our journey towards a smart, safe, and sustainable future for the people of Sipalay.
With all these vibrant possibilities, Sipalay, the jewel of the Sugar Island, is more than ready.
On June 19, 1946, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa believed that education is a birthright, which led to the establishment of the Baguio Colleges. Baguio Colleges, which initially offered courses in teacher training and liberal arts, with 156 students as the first batch of enrollees, and the establishment of the College of Law, where the founder, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa, taught law. Later in the 50s, Baguio Colleges expanded further. From Campo Filipino campus in 1967, it moved to its present location at the junction of Harrison and Governor Back Roads. In 1998, Baguio Colleges Foundation produced its first bar top-notcher, Janet Abuel. During the bar exams of 2006, the University of the Cordilleras produced another bar top-notcher, Noel Malimban. In November 22, 2003, the school was awarded with university status and became the University of the Cordilleras. In 2005, Project Helen was conceptualized to materialize the vision of the university in contributing development of the community and the larger society. As Hall of Famers during Panagbanga Street Dance Competition in 2008. In 2009, the university developed a master development plan for the Burnham Park and was donated to the city government. From 2010 to present, University of the Cordilleras is enjoying its autonomous status granted by the Commission on Higher Education. In 2016, the Commission of Higher Education has awarded Centers of Excellence to 3 UC programs. University of the Cordilleras has partnered with U.S. Agency for International Development. University of the Cordilleras has established the University of the Cordilleras Innovation and Nurturing Space, or UCIANS. In 2019, University of the Cordilleras has been certified by TÜV Rheinland. University of the Cordilleras project was also among the 2020 National Commission for Culture and the Arts competitive grants awardees. 2021 is a huge leap as the Commission on Higher Education has allowed University of the Cordilleras to reopen the campus for the College of Nursing's limited face-to-face classes. University of the Cordilleras Technology, Innovation, and Global Education towards Industry 4.0. This is the University of the Cordilleras, celebrating excellence built through humble beginnings.
Hinubaan, once described as the last southern municipality of Negros Occidental, has since outgrown that description. The prime nautical highways from Bacolod City, the capital of Negros Occidental, and Dumaguete City, the capital of Negros Oriental, all converge in the municipality of Hinubaan, making us the perfect location for both investment and housing. On normal traffic, the municipality of Hinubaan is just short of 4 hours travel to Bacolod City Airport and at least 3 hours to the Dumaguete Airport and Seaport. We have our existing seaport of international standard, plus another seaport under construction that will serve as a ship channeling hub of international vessels. The old airstrip of the now defunct ILCO is another target development of the municipality of Hinubaan, as it sits on the edge of the 283 hectares of the proposed Southern Negros Industrial Estate. Within the year, barring delays due to the present pandemic, we hope to see the start of the mega construction of more than 600 million pesos Highland Highway that will link Hinubaan proper to the town of Candoni via Barangay Damutan in Hinuban. Once completed, it will serve as a shortcut from Cabancalan City and Negros Occidental towards Hinubaan Port of International Standard. On top of that, our farmers will soon find the best irrigation support when our NIA-assisted 2 billion mega irrigation project is completed. Hinubaan is proud to say that we are the safest place to live and invest in Region 6 as we registered the lowest number of index crime as per PNP validation. So come to Hinubaan and try the best of tuna. Come to Hinubaan and spend your bonding moments with your family in our now improved tourist destination. Hinubaan, the place that helped turn the tide of history. It is here at the now famous Obong Cave that former U.S. spy and ace pilot Jesus Villamor stationed himself to signal the return of General Douglas MacArthur to the Philippines and complete the latter's promise of, "I shall return." Hinubaan, the place where Negren's resistance movement secretly held a meeting to free Negros Island from Spanish colonizers. Hinubaan, your new investment location. Hinubaan, your home and leisure destination. Here, under the administration of Mayor Ernesto Estrao,
welcome to Hinubaan.
We say, Vuelo Ascenso. Hinubaan, once described as the last southern municipality of Negros Occidental, has since outgrown that description. The prime nautical highways from Bacolod City, the capital of Negros Occidental, and Dumaguete City, the capital of Negros Oriental, all converge in the municipality of Hinubaan, making us the perfect location for both investment and housing. On normal traffic, the municipality of Hinubaan is just short of 4 hours travel to Bacolod City Airport and at least 3 hours to the Dumaguete Airport and Seaport. We have our existing seaport of international standard, plus another seaport under construction that will serve as a ship channeling hub of international vessels. The old airstrip of the now defunct ILCO is another target development of the municipality of Hinubaan as it sits on the edge of the 283 hectares of the proposed Southern Negros Industrial Estate. Within the year, barring delays due to the present pandemic, we hope to see the start of the mega construction of more than 600 million pesos Highland Highway that will link Hinubaan proper to the town of Candoni via Barangay Damutan in Hinubaan. Once completed, it will serve as a shortcut from Cabancalan City and Negros Occidental towards Hinubaan Port of International Standard. On top of that, our farmers will soon find the best irrigation support when our NIA-assisted 2 billion mega irrigation project is completed. Hinubaan is proud to say that we are the safest place to live and invest in Region 6 as we registered the lowest number of index crime as per PNP validation. So come to Hinubaan and try the best of tuna. Come to Hinubaan and spend your bonding moments with your family in our now improved tourist destination. Hinubaan, the place that helped turn the tide of history. It is here at the now famous Obong Cave that former U.S. spy and ace pilot Jesus Villamor stationed himself to signal the return of General Douglas MacArthur to the Philippines and complete the latter's promise of, "I shall return." Hinubaan, the place where Negren's resistance movement secretly held a meeting to free Negros Island from Spanish colonizers. Hinubaan, your new investment location. Hinuban, your home and leisure destination. Here, under the administration of Mayor Ernesto Estrao,
Welcome to Hinuban.
we say, Vuelo Ascenso.
I-mute mo lang siya.
Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT/BPO, tourism, medical tourism, and agro-industry. So why the Philippines?
Dole chose the Philippines and Mindanao specifically here in South Cotabato because the agronomic conditions are perfect for growing pineapples. So we are very close to the equator. We get a consistent climate over 12 months.
Which means we can plant the whole year round.
Philippine location is strategically situated in Southeast Asia. Logistic operation is another advantage, especially on import and export movement that is relevant to Samsung supply chains.
The Philippines is the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN 6 countries.
The Philippines has got a very large pool of highly trainable and really passionate workers, and I think that's one of the key things that is important in our industry, which is highly people-centric. We've got world-class facilities here and infrastructure. We've got government and PEZA support that allows us to facilitate our operation here.
Generally, education standard is quite high. There are many graduates from university and college. That's why we thought hiring would be easier for us.
1 million Filipinos reach the working age every year. We are also the only ASEAN country granted the GSP status by both the United States and the European Union, meaning Philippine exports can enter the US and the European region tariff-free. Over the years, we have developed the PEZA brand of service for ease of doing business. First, we are a one-stop shop. Second, we are a non-stop shop. There is no red tape, only red carpet treatment. And lastly, in PEZA, there is no graft, no corruption.
PEZA is renowned and highly respected for its one-stop shop policy. And as a matter of fact, it is highly regarded globally because of its no corruption tolerance and also its campaign against red tape.
The office in Manila, for example, there are other government agencies that reside within the office, such as the Bureau of Immigration and Bureau of Customs, which makes it a lot easier for us to secure the necessary permits to deliver our business in country. We are also recognized in 2019 as the PEZA Employer of the Year in terms of large enterprise.
PEZA is giving us a 5% GIT, inclusive of all taxes in the Philippines. We even get income tax holiday for new projects that we're bringing into this country. As a matter of fact, most countries has patterned their export industry using PEZA as their model.
First, timely and consistent processing through PEZA's one-stop shop concept.
Second, assistance by the very accommodating and capable PEZA personnel.
Third, partnership. We are in good company with PEZA.
PEZA was also the only economic zone agency cited by the IFC World Bank for best practice among economic zones worldwide.
We've been able to expand our portfolio in terms of technologies and also markets. We are now supplying to North America, to Europe, Asia. Effectively, we're very much a worldwide company now as a result of the ease of doing business.
Here in the Philippines, you are very culturally affiliated to North America, and that's something that our North American customers love a lot, which is why they choose to come here by the droves. Philippines has grown and is one of the largest, in fact, the largest center for voice outsourcing across the globe.
The 40 years of operation of Texas Instruments in the Philippines is already more than enough manifestation of how we greatly appreciate and value the services of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
So if I have my way, I would say that we have to expand PEZA and even convert the whole country into a PEZA zone to improve the competitiveness of this country, provide more jobs for our people.
Experience the best of the Philippines, the best place to invest in. Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas.
Good day, everyone. I am Mayor Alfredo Marañon III of the City of Sagay, a member of Kasama District Development Alliance, comprising the Municipality of Manapla, the source of biomass and solar renewable power, and the City of Cadiz, host to one of the largest solar farm in Southeast Asia and the future Deepwater International Port. And we would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to present our Export Processing Zone project. The said project has been registered and proclaimed as Export Processing Zone and will be completed by the first quarter of 2020, complete with amenities for locators, relocating and expanding its operation in our processing zone. Port facilities are likewise in place and continuous development being undertaken to complement the transshipment of products from industry locators. I am inviting all of you and see for yourselves the developments we have carried out to maximize our strategic location because of our proximity to the growth centers like Bacolod, Cebu, Iloilo, and Batangas in Luzon. As a sign of goodwill, we are giving value to your investment. We are offering an extended income tax holiday under a business-friendly environment in a stable social and political climate. Take advantage of our competitive daily wage rate of 365 pesos, complemented with a 200,000 potential labor force throughout the 2nd District Alliance. We have sufficient and cheaper water supply coming from our major water resources for your convenience. We will provide you with a stable power supply with a minimal carbon footprint from our renewable power generation portfolio like solar, biomass, and hydropower. Come and invest in our processing zone and forge a successful partnership with us because we will give you the best offer, putting premium on the ease of doing business.
By virtue of Republic Act 9996, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, coordinates interregional and Mindanao-wide initiatives to effect socio-economic development in the island region, harmonizes programs and projects from government agencies, development partners, and other stakeholders for national prioritization, and when necessary for presidential intervention, integrates efforts with a Mindanao-wide perspective, ensuring that plans of respective agencies in the island region are seamlessly connected to the larger Mindanao agenda and national policy. MINDA also implements, whenever allowed and authorized bylaws, Mindanao-wide interregional programs and projects, including official development assistance projects. As the Philippine Coordinating Office for BIMP-IAGA, MINDA represents and strengthens the participation of the Philippine focus areas for the BIMP-IAGA, which are Mindanao and Palawan. As the overall coordinator for interregional development, MINDA will sustain its unwavering commitment in consolidating the island's socio-economic development necessary to achieve a long-term peace and security in Mindanao, a development that transcends political and geographical boundary, a regime of long-term peace and security, a sustainable and uplifted life for every Mindanaoan. There is no doubt that this island region is on its way to progress, but the journey towards that goal is not without some roadblocks. Transforming Mindanao is a personal legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and the track towards this change needs to be high speed. That is why, as a government body mandated to provide strategic direction for Mindanao, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, is working hard to ensure that all initiatives related to the socio-economic development in the island region are facilitated and implemented as soon as possible. We believe that this can be done for Mindanao, but this Herculean task is something that can't be done alone. That is why we need your help in our journey towards integrating Mindanao. President Duterte's 10-point socio-economic agenda identifies infrastructure and industry development as the key drivers for more robust economic activities in Mindanao, which is expected to lead to more jobs and reduced poverty. Taking that into consideration, MINDA has developed the Mindanao Development Corridor Strategy, or MINDC, as a framework for integrated economic development in Mindanao. The concept of economic corridors helps encourage economic activity in developing and underdeveloped areas by linking them to growth centers through infrastructure and connectivity modes. This approach is used worldwide, particularly in the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan are part of the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Economic Corridor. At the forefront of these projects is the establishment of the Trans-Mindanao High-Speed Railway System, a longtime dream of Mindanao. This railway network is expected to boost the potentials of the region in terms of tourism, trade, and commerce with the improved and efficient movement of goods and services. To complement this, we are also pushing for the development of more renewable energy capacities that will also be crucial in meeting the 3,000 megawatt power requirement of Mindanao by 2030. With agriculture as Mindanao's inherent comparative advantage, Minda also pushes for the establishment of the agroeconomic zones along with the development of the Picong Freeport and Ecozone in Lanao del Sur as part of its efforts under the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. Other key projects on the fields of infrastructure and industry development, among others, have also been identified and strategically spread out throughout the region. All of these efforts are a part of the bigger legacy of transforming Mindanao, and this is where we can work together to make things possible. There is so much that needs to and can be done for Mindanao. With its natural resources, capable workforce, and a leader who hails from the region, we just cannot let Mindanao's potentials go to waste.
Sipalay City, with its natural beauty and breathtaking landscape, sparkles as the next major beach, tourism, and investment destination in the country. The jewel of the Sugar Island is more than ready. Nestled away from the typhoon belt in central Philippines in Negros Occidental Province, Sipalay is strategically placed in Sulu Sea, which is one of the most important shipping routes in the archipelago. With great tropical weather, Sipalay is extremely abundant with natural assets, water and marine resources, vast tracts of land and agricultural produce, numerous tourist attractions, and huge amount of mineral deposits more than ready for future economic development. Stable, supportive, non-stop, the unparalleled energy of the local government has laid out development policies and an updated land use plan to promote an investment-friendly climate. Its local culture, traditions, and flavors, blended with the ingenuity of foreign residents, has created a unique and united community. Transport amenities like airport and seaport are ready to serve, and new roads and bridges has improved access to more growth areas. To safeguard its treasures, environmental protection programs and infrastructure are established, and health facilities and emergency response services are available round the clock. Through Sipalay's Sustainable Gains Development Agenda, a well-lived future beckons.
Over the years, we have been reviewing, strengthening, and enhancing our policies, advocacies, and programs, and empowering Sipalaynoons, thereby laying the groundwork for future development plans. We remain committed to ensure inclusive growth and progress for our constituents and the city without sacrificing conservation and sustainability, the cornerstone of our local governance. With this in mind, we are looking for partners and investors that would share our dream and vision. As we move forward to a better normal, we are excited to have you here to join us in our journey towards a smart, safe, and sustainable future for the people of Sipalay.
With all these vibrant possibilities, Sipalay, the jewel of the Sugar Island, is more than ready.
On June 19, 1946, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa believed that education is a birthright, which led to the establishment of the Baguio Colleges. Baguio Colleges, which initially offered courses in teacher training and liberal arts with 156 students as the first batch of enrollees, and the establishment of the College of Law, where the founder, Attorney Benjamin Romero Salvosa, taught law. Later in the 50s, Baguio Colleges expanded further. From Campo Filipino campus in 1967, it moved to its present location at the junction of Harrison and Governor Back Roads. In 1998, Baguio Colleges Foundation produced its first bar top-notcher, Janet Abuel. During the bar exams of 2006, the University of the Cordilleras produced another bar top-notcher, Noel Malimban. In November 22, 2003, the school was awarded with university status and became the University of the Cordilleras. In 2005, Project Helen was conceptualized to materialize the vision of the university in contributing development of the community and the larger society. As Hall of Famers during Panagbanga Street Dance Competition in 2008. In 2009, the university developed a master development plan for the Burnham Park and was donated to the city government. From 2010 to present, University of the Cordilleras is enjoying its autonomous status granted by the Commission on Higher Education. In 2016, the Commission of Higher Education has awarded Centers of Excellence to 3 UC programs. University of the Cordilleras has partnered with U.S. Agency for International Development. University of the Cordilleras has established the University of the Cordilleras Innovation and Nurturing Space, or UCIANS. In 2019, University of the Cordilleras has been certified by TÜV Rheinland. University of the Cordilleras project was also among the 2020 National Commission for Culture and the Arts Competitive Grants awardees. 2021 is a huge leap as the Commission on Higher Education has allowed University of the Cordilleras to reopen the campus for the College of Nursing's limited face-to-face classes. University of the Cordilleras Technology, Innovation, and Global Education towards Industry 4.0. This is the University of the Cordilleras, celebrating excellence built through humble beginnings.
Welcome to the Philippines, the paradise of investment opportunities in the Asia-Pacific region. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority is managing a globally competitive and ecologically sustainable environment for your investments and industries as exporters of goods and services to the world market. The Philippine Economic Zone Authority, as an investment promotion agency, oversees and administers incentives to ecozone developers and locators in world-class, environment-friendly, secured, and competitively priced special economic zones that are ready to host export industries that are into manufacturing, processing, refinery, assembly, IT/BPO, tourism, medical tourism, and agro-industry. So why the Philippines?
Dole chose the Philippines and Mindanao specifically here in South Cotabato because the agronomic conditions are perfect for growing pineapples. So we are very close to the equator. We get a consistent climate over 12 months.
Which means we can plant the whole year round.
Philippine location is strategically situated in Southeast Asia. Logistic operation is another advantage, especially on import and export movement that is relevant to Samsung supply chain.
The Philippines is the fastest growing economy among the ASEAN 6 countries.
The Philippines has got a very large pool of highly trainable and really passionate workers, and I think that's one of the key things that is important in our industry, which is highly people-centric. We've got world-class facilities here and infrastructure. We've got government and PEZA support that allows us to facilitate our operation here.
Generally, education standard is quite high. There are many graduates from university and college. That's why we thought hiring would be easier for us.
1 million Filipinos reach the working age every year. We are also the only ASEAN country granted the GSP status by both the United States and the European Union, meaning Philippine exports can enter the US and the European region tariff-free. Over the years, we have developed the PEZA brand of service for ease of doing business. First, we are a one-stop shop. Second, we are a non-stop shop. There is no red tape, only red carpet treatment. And lastly, in PEZA, there is no graft, no corruption.
PEZA is renowned and highly respected for its one-stop shop policy. And as a matter of fact, it is highly regarded globally because of its no corruption tolerance and also its campaign against red tape.
The office in Manila, for example, there are other government agencies that reside within the office, such as the Bureau of Immigration and Bureau of Customs, which makes it a lot easier for us to secure the necessary permits to deliver our business in country. We are also recognized in 2019 as the PEZA Employer of the Year in terms of large enterprise.
PEZA is giving us a 5% GIT, inclusive of all taxes in the Philippines. We even get income tax holiday for new projects that we're bringing into this country. As a matter of fact, most countries has patterned their export industry using PEZA as their model.
First, timely and consistent processing through PEZA's one-stop shop concept.
Second, assistance by the very accommodating and capable PEZA personnel.
Third, partnership. We are in good company with PEZA.
PEZA was also the only economic zone agency cited by the IFC World Bank for best practice among economic zones worldwide.
We've been able to expand our portfolio in terms of technologies and also markets. We are now supplying to North America, to Europe, Asia. Effectively, we're very much a worldwide company now as a result of the ease of doing business.
Here in the Philippines, you are very culturally affiliated to North America, and that's something that our North American customers love a lot, which is why they choose to come here by the droves. Philippines has grown and is one of the largest, in fact, the largest center for voice outsourcing across the globe.
The 40 years of operation of Texas Instruments in the Philippines is already more than enough manifestation of how we greatly appreciate and value the services of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority.
So if I have my way, I would say that we have to expand PEZA and even convert the whole country into a PEZA zone to improve the competitiveness of this country, provide more jobs for our people.
Experience the best of the Philippines, the best place to invest in. Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas.
Good day, everyone. I am Mayor Alfredo Marañon III of the City of Sagay, a member of Kasama District Development Alliance, comprising the Municipality of Manapla, the source of biomass and solar renewable power, and the City of Cadiz, host to one of the largest solar farm in Southeast Asia and the future Deepwater International Port. And we would like to express our gratitude for this opportunity to present our Export Processing Zone project. The said project has been registered and proclaimed as Export Processing Zone and will be completed by the first quarter of 2020, complete with amenities for locators, relocating and expanding its operation in our processing zone. Port facilities are likewise in place and continuous development being undertaken to complement the transshipment of products from industry locators. I am inviting all of you and see for yourselves the developments we have carried out to maximize our strategic location because of our proximity to the growth centers like Bacolod, Cebu, Iloilo, and Batangas in Luzon. As a sign of goodwill, we are giving value to your investment. We are offering an extended income tax holiday under a business-friendly environment in a stable social and political climate. Take advantage of our competitive daily wage rate of 365 pesos, complemented with a 200,000 potential labor force throughout the 2nd District Alliance. We have sufficient and cheaper water supply coming from our major water resources for your convenience. We will provide you with a stable power supply with a minimal carbon footprint from our renewable power generation portfolio like solar, biomass, and hydropower. Come and invest in our processing zone and forge a successful partnership with us because we will give you the best offer, putting premium on the ease of doing business.
By virtue of Republic Act 9996, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, coordinates interregional and Mindanao-wide initiatives to effect socio-economic development in the island region, harmonizes programs and projects from government agencies, development partners, and other stakeholders for national prioritization, and when necessary for presidential intervention, integrates efforts with a Mindanao-wide perspective, ensuring that plans of respective agencies in the island region are seamlessly connected to the larger Mindanao agenda and national policy. MINDA also implements, whenever allowed and authorized bylaws, Mindanao-wide interregional programs and projects, including official development assistance projects. As the Philippine Coordinating Office for BIM-IAGA, MINDA represents and strengthens the participation of the Philippine focus areas for the BIM-IAGA, which are Mindanao and Palawan. As the overall coordinator for interregional development, MINDA will sustain its unwavering commitment in consolidating the island's socio-economic development necessary to achieve a long-term peace and security in Mindanao, a development that transcends political and geographical boundary, a regime of long-term peace and security, a sustainable and uplifted life for every Mindanaoan. There is no doubt that this island region is on its way to progress, but the journey towards that goal is not without some roadblocks. Transforming Mindanao is a personal legacy of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, and the track towards this change needs to be high speed. That is why, as a government body mandated to provide strategic direction for Mindanao, the Mindanao Development Authority, or MINDA, is working hard to ensure that all initiatives related to the socio-economic development in the island region are facilitated and implemented as soon as possible. We believe that this can be done for Mindanao, but this Herculean task is something that can't be done alone. That is why we need your help in our journey towards integrating Mindanao. President Duterte's 10-point socio-economic agenda identifies infrastructure and industry development as the key drivers for more robust economic activities in Mindanao, which is expected to lead to more jobs and reduced poverty. Taking that into consideration, MINDA has developed the Mindanao Development Corridor Strategy, or MINDC, as a framework for integrated economic development in Mindanao. The concept of economic corridors helps encourage economic activity in developing and underdeveloped areas by linking them to growth centers through infrastructure and connectivity modes. This approach is used worldwide, particularly in the Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, East ASEAN Growth Area, or BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan are part of the Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Economic Corridor. At the forefront of these projects is the establishment of the Trans-Mindanao High-Speed Railway System, a longtime dream of Mindanao. This railway network is expected to boost the potentials of the region in terms of tourism, trade, and commerce with the improved and efficient movement of goods and services. To complement this, we are also pushing for the development of more renewable energy capacities that will also be crucial in meeting the 3,000 megawatt power requirement of Mindanao by 2030. With agriculture as Mindanao's inherent comparative advantage, Minda also pushes for the establishment of the agroeconomic zones along with the development of the Picong Freeport and Ecozone in Lanao del Sur as part of its efforts under the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. Other key projects on the fields of infrastructure and industry development, among others, have also been identified and strategically spread out throughout the region. All of these efforts are a part of a bigger legacy of transforming Mindanao, and this is where we can work together to make things possible. There is so much that needs to and can be done for Mindanao. With its natural resources, capable workforce, and a leader who hails from the region, we just cannot let Mindanao's potentials go to waste.
Sipalay City. Before we officially begin our program, please be reminded of our virtual meeting house rules. First, please put your audio microphone on mute when you are not talking to avoid distraction and interruptions. Second, unless necessary, please keep your video or camera on as courtesy to the speakers. Third, put your complete name and indicate your office affiliation so that the host or the speaker can properly identify and address you. Fourth, ensure that you are in a quiet environment. Fifth, kindly have a decent background, virtual or actual. Sixth, please hold off your questions after the end of the presentation of the speakers. You may also opt to use the Raise Your Hands button so that the host can acknowledge you before you ask your question. Or, seventh, you may use the chat box to key in your questions in advance. Before we officially begin our program, please be reminded of our virtual meeting house rules. First, please put your audio microphone on mute when you are not talking to avoid distraction and interruptions. Microphone on mute when you are not talking to avoid distraction and interruptions. Second, unless necessary, please keep your video or camera on as courtesy to the speakers. Third, put your complete name and indicate your office affiliation so that the host or the speaker can properly identify and address you. Fourth, ensure that you are in a quiet environment. Fifth, kindly have a
Tuesday afternoon to us all. Maayong hapon po sa ating lahat dyan sa Visayas. And for our delegates from abroad, especially from the KSA, good morning po sa ating dyan. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I am Raison Arubinto of the PEZA's Promotions Group of PEZA, and I am most honored to be your MC for today's occasion. We welcome everyone to the Global Biz with PEZA, highlighting our various local government units in the Visayas and Mindanao regions. Our theme for this afternoon is accelerating rural progress through President Rodrigo Roa Duterte Administration Order Number 18, creation of special economic zones in the countryside. May we request now everyone to please stand for the invocation to be led by Mr. Jaime Angeles, and please remain standing for the singing of the national anthem. Thank you.
Let us put ourselves in the loving presence of our Lord. Most merciful and most compassionate God, Creator of the universe and all good things in the world, we thank you for this great opportunity to gather for this meeting. We thank you for physical and virtual. You have blessed us with supportive people who seek the welfare of your flock. We fervently pray that you send us your Spirit to satisfy the needs that need to be met during this meeting. Strengthen us as we make decisions, and help us to carefully consider the relevant information that we will gain from this meeting. We pray that you intervene in this meeting. Let it work for our good and the good of all peoples. Let us not make decisions based upon what we know, but let us act based upon your wisdom. Please guide us, Lord. We place this meeting into your hands and the guidance of our leaders, our Director General, Cabinet Secretaries and their representatives present virtually today, our partners from the local government units and the attending national government agencies, industry associations, and foreign chambers. We place our hearts and minds into your care so that you may direct us. Amen.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Kayang magiliw, pero sa sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa manlulupin, di ka pasisigil, sa nagagang tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng bagaw, ay hinatang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isang ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na nagkinitig, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pang ay di magtitingin. Luman ang araw ng walang pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling mo. Ang inigaya ng pagkay mga aking, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
And now, to formally welcome and acknowledge our esteemed guests, I am pleased to introduce PPRG's Group Manager, the multi-awarded Asian influencer and innovator, and a Fulbright scholar. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Alim Siddiqui Giapal.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuhu. Mayong udtos, mayong hapon sa atong tanan, and magandang hapon po, good morning and good afternoon to the delegation coming from the Philippines, Saudi Arabia, UK, and the United States. The delegation of the Philippines, led by our Director General, the author of the PEZA law herself, Madam Director General Charito Ching Plaza, would like to welcome you all in the second Global Beast with PEZA, Visayas, and Mindanao. We would like to acknowledge our esteemed guests and participants. His Excellency Adnan Alonto, Ambassador of the Philippines to the United Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Secretary Mark Villar, Department of Public Works and Highways, represented by Undersecretary Maria Catalina Cabral. Secretary William Dar, Department of Agriculture, represented by the Undersecretary Cheryl Marie Natividad Caballero. Secretary Emmanuel Manny Piñon of the Mindanao Development Authority, represented by the Executive Director of Mindanao Development Authority, Dr. Janet M. Lopez. Director General Isidro S. La Peña, Technical Skills Development Authority, represented by Deputy Director General Gabriel Luis R. Quisumbing. From the Southern Philippine Development Authority, we would like to welcome Honorable Abdul Ghani Salapudin, represented by Deputy Administrator Munap H. Pasio and Operations Manager Chris Dagala. From the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, welcome to Secretary Saidamen Balt Pangarungan, represented by Director Saleha Sakar. From the Ministry of Trade and Industry and Tourism of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, Director General Roslaini Alonto Sinarimbo, represented by the Executive Director Muhammad Bashir Abbas. We are also joined here by the Semiconductor and Electronics Industry of the Philippines, Mr. Danilo Lachica. From the IT-BPO Association of the Philippines, IBPOP, Mr. Ricky Salvador, and Ms. Lai Bernas. We also would like to acknowledge our colleagues from the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Joining the Director General, Charito Ching Plaza, are the Deputy Director General for Administration and Finance, the DDG JP Yusinko, our DDG for Operations, Mary Harriet Abordo, and joining us physically at this podium, we have DDG for Policy and Planning, Mr. Tereso Panga. We also have our zone administrators, Attorney Norma Tanyag, Attorney Abdullah Adilkan Alug, our DZAs, Alan Datahan, April Joy Midico, DZA Attorney Rufino San Juan, our group managers, Vivian Santos, Attorney Ross Vincent C., yours truly, Alim Gyapal, Attorney Jenny June Romero, Ronilo Nepomuceno, Maria Georgina Afable, Renato Raimundo, Anidel Joy Alguso. Our focal person for the SAS Institute, we have ZA Emmanuel Cortero, our Employees Association President Lisa De Vera, and our Chief of Staff, Attorney Farah Pagaran. For the delegation from the Visayas, may we call on our PEZA Kapips. We also would like to acknowledge our PEZA Kapips, our investment promotion partners. From Calabarzon, Ramon Boy Espedido. From Qatar, Mr. Joseph Rivera. From Qatar also and Europe, we have Greg Luayon. From London, we have JC Sio. And from Los Angeles, California, Mr. Ferdinand Soriano. For the delegation from the Visayas, may we call on our Kapips from Calabarzon to acknowledge our delegation. Mr. Ramon Boy Espedido.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. For the Visayas delegates, we'd like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable Maria Gina M. Lizares, Mayor of Sipalay City, Negros Occidental. Honorable Ernesto A. Estrao, Mayor, Kinubaan, Negros Occidental. Honorable Alfredo D. Marañon III, Mayor, Sagay City, Negros Occidental. And we also would like to acknowledge other LGU mayors from the municipality of EB Magalona, Mayor Malvin Malacon, and the Economic Enterprise Manager of Sagay City Economic Zone Attorney Ryan Bonghanoy. Another mayor from the municipality of Leganes, Iloilo, province of Iloilo, Mayor Jun Haen, and his delegates, Mr. Zafiro Larion and Ms. Marilo Certeza. We also would like to acknowledge the presence of the Mayor of Cadiz City, Negros Occidental, Mayor Badi Escalante, and from the municipality of Manapla, Mayor Manuel Escalante of Negros Occidental as well, and Ms. Rona Sanyes, consultant for economic development, campus director of Technological University of the Philippines, Visayas, Director Eric Maluoy, our CAPIP's partner in Negros Occidental, Rotary Club of Negros President, Ms. Trixie Mary Rose Villavicencio, and our also partner in Baguio from Rotary Club of Baguio North, President Mai Lopez, from the Negros Occidental and Bacolod City business, Mr. Vladi Gonzalez, Corporate President of Home Invest Holdings, and other delegates from Negros Occidental. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, GM Alim and the Honorable Ramon Espirido. For the delegation of our Philippine Embassy in KSA, I'd like to call on Consul General Romel A. Rumatu, the First Secretary.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning po sa ating lahat. Good afternoon sa ating mga kasama from the Philippines. Director General Charito Plaza, His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto, cabinet members present today, local government executives, CAPIPs from all over the world, honored guests. I have the honor to introduce our Philippine Embassy team, led by His Excellency, our dear Ambassador Adnan Alonto. We are also joined this morning by my colleagues, Consuls Von Ryan Ferreira, Vice Consul Paulo Zoreta, Vice Consul Sharon Yap, our Trade Attaché Charmin Yalong, our Trade Specialist Bogshan Tendigaranaw, and our Economic Specialist Ms. Abigail Pajarillo. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Conjen Romel. May I now call on again our very own Group Manager, Alim Siddiqui M. Giapal, to introduce the PEZA's Director General. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Director General of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority need no further introduction, but for the purposes of this international forum, my honor to introduce our Director General. The Director General of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority is the embodiment of beauty and brains. She has degrees to her name from renowned universities local and abroad, and to mention all of them might take the whole afternoon for the Philippines. She is the First Lady General of the Armed Forces of the Philippines Reserve Command. She was elected as Congresswoman of the 1st District of Agusan del Norte in 1987, making her the youngest Congress representative in the Philippine history. During her term, she has made major amendment to the Balikbayan program and the Tourism Infrastructure Bill. She also authored a bill creating the Caraga region as the 13th administrative region in the Philippines. With that, she earned the name the Mother of Caraga region. Most notably, she co-authored the Republic Act 7916, or the Special Economic Zone Act of 1995, creating the institution she served at the moment, the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. As the Director General of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, she initiated major policy reforms, particularly the PEZA Transformation Roadmap, revolutionizing the Philippine Economic Zone Authority to meet the dynamic demands of the business, environment, and to support the economic agenda of our Philippine President, His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. A woman of action, a woman of motherly compassion, Excellencies, gentlemen and ladies, the Director General of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, Brigadier General Charito Book Ching Plaza, MNSA, PhD.
Thank you, GM Alem, Giapal. My respects to our distinguished guests and partners attending this Global Biz with PEZA. May I make a special mention, of course, to His Excellency Adnan V. Alonto, the Ambassador of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. We also have our partner secretaries and government servants with us. They were earlier mentioned. Our kapips around the world, our PEZA investment promotion partners, my fellow economic frontliners of the Philippines. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. Good afternoon to everyone. Good morning to those in the other side of the moon. This is the highlight of today's event. The Global Biz with PEZA started this morning with various MOU signings with state universities and colleges and our LGU partners in the Visayas and Mindanao, which marks the beginning of a closer collaboration in implementing the goals and the objectives of PEZA and the whole country. For 26 years, PEZA has established itself as the top export-oriented investment promotion agency of the Philippines, which is mandated to promote investment, create employment, bringing in of new technology, generate export, and contribute in the total development of the country. Despite the COVID pandemic, which started in 2020, PEZA continues to perform its mandate in totality. Let me share with you, our dear partners, the balancing acts that PEZA did during this pandemic to protect the health of our 1.6 million directly working in our 413 ecozones and 4,586 companies and locators. We were able to provide business assistance and reliefs to our locators to keep them operate so they won't stop, they won't transfer, and be affected with the lockdowns of our LGUs. So we are proud to say that PEZA did a very good balancing act where our COVID cases, for example, brought or made the economic zones COVID-free, as we only had a total of 190 deaths. But these deaths were caused by their going home and were locked down and got the COVID-19 in the communities. We provided business assistance and reliefs to our locators and ecozone operators, like we allowed them to increase their percentage of work from home from 30% to 90%. Further, all COVID-related expenses of our locators and ecozone operators are now deductible to their 5% GIE or income tax. These COVID-related expenses includes the provision of the PPEs and the disinfection of the company and ecozone premises. The expenses for the provision of shuttle services and housing for the skeletal force, a strict enforcement of the physical distancing, so we only allowed 50% of the workforce to report right in their factories. And the port charges incurred by our locators, especially at the onset of the pandemic when import and export cargoes were stocked in our ports. We also allowed them to deduct their expenses for the disinfection of their premises. So all of this are now deductible to their 5% GIE. And recently, PEZA management was able to convince the IATF to include our ecozone workers, and this includes, of course, our investors and locators, and the PEZA employees to be among the A4 classified as essential workers, being economic frontliners. So this means, therefore, that ecozone workers, our investors, and the PEZA employees can now be given free COVID vaccine, which is being implemented by the various LGUs. Also, PEZA did a very high investment performance of an increase of 53.87% in the first quarter of 2021, comparing the same in 2020, the whole year of 2020. We increased in the first quarter of 2021, 53.87%. Also in employment, in the first quarter of 2021, we also increased by 8.5%. And in exports income, PEZA's locators and ecozone operators also did well with its increase of 18.30% for the first quarter of 2021. Therefore, we were able to get recognitions by various institutions. The IFC World Bank, for example, continuously recognize PEZA's best practices among the economic zones worldwide. And recently is the U.S. Department of State's statement that the business environment is notably better within the special economic zones, particularly those available for export businesses operated by the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, which is known for its regulatory transparency, no red tape policy, and a one-stop shop service for investors. Further, the Philippine Statistics Authority also made its statement that the 3 months to March 2021 saw the PEZA contributing the most foreign investment pledges at 62.3% of the total, with 12.19 billion. And to cap it all, the PCOO awarded PEZA with a special citation among the few government agencies who did a great balancing act on the COVID-19. So this recognition is in the 2020 FOI, or the Freedom of Information Awards. So ladies and gentlemen, by thinking global and acting local, that's our worldview in PEZA now. we want to make the Philippines as a big contributor to this global supply chain. We have to address the needs to enhance the efficiency factors, so we will make the Philippines as an investment haven in Asia. So we created platforms in PEZA to be able to explore and build new partnerships with various institutions in government and in the private sector, locally and abroad, to promote and enhance the competitiveness of the Philippine exports and investments. As such, PEZA, under my leadership, has created the Transformation Roadmap, which is the medium and long-term development plan of PEZA, which outlines the goals and objectives of the agency to fully industrialize the country and make the economy, manufacturing, production, IT, and export-driven economy, and making the country self-reliant, self-sustaining, and resource-generating. So the roadmap is also in line with the national government's efforts on economic growth and development, and which includes, of course, the challenges brought by the Administrative Order 18 of President Duterte. Under this program, we aim to promote the creation and development of more world-class and different types of economic zones in every province in the country. In line with the President's AO 18, which aims to accelerate rural progress through the robust development of special economic zones in the countryside, we are partnering with the different local government units, national government agencies, GOCCs, of course, the private landowners, and even the military, the state universities and private universities and colleges of the country, and the military, to establish different types of ecozones so that we can attract different types of industries to the country. So we want to harness the potentials and the resources of our different types of lands. In our findings, we have a total of 30 million hectares of land holdings in the Philippines. Unfortunately, most of these millions of hectares are idle, making the country one of the so-called import and consumption economy, consumption-dependent economy. That is what PEZA would like to correct. We should, with our rich natural and human resources, we must be able to make the country self-reliant, self-sustaining, and resource-generating. According to the land's potential, we are introducing different types of economic zones as we continuously tell our investors that there are two non-negotiable factors if they want to invest in the country. One is the protection of our environment. Thus, we are promoting an environment-friendly industrialization, creating green, healthy, sustainable, and smart ecozones. So we are introducing new types of economic zones such as halal hubs and production zones. We have island cities. This is a type of an economic zone where we are attracting investors to put up the capital cities of the world in our islands. We hope to start this year also the defense industrial complexes, the agro or more agro-industrial and agroforestry ecozones, so we can restore back the wood industry and become self-sustaining in our food needs. We also have aquamarine ecozones, and the latest is the Knowledge, Innovation, and Science and Technology Parks that we call as KIST for the universities and colleges of the country. And we are now also in the process of redesigning our 4 public economic zones to turn them into townships that are green, healthy, sustainable, and smart. And this will serve as the model to our private economic zones so that our investors will work, live, learn, and play in our economic zones. To elevate our investment promotion effort, we have come up with the CAPIPs, or the fellow PEZA investor promotion partners. We have signed various MOUs with different CAPIPs abroad. The first I had signed with is with the Filipino-American Chambers of Commerce and Industries in the various states of the United States. The PEZA Investment Promotion Partnership Program aims to build working relationship and strengthen partnership with business chambers, industry associations, NGOs, socio-civic groups, and other government bodies in the marketing of PEZA's economic zones and PEZA's investment promotion programs locally and worldwide. To emphasize our continuous and aggressive investment promotion, we have also launched several programs which we have dubbed as what we are doing today, Global Biz with PEZA. This is a monthly investment forum that aims to present the abounding investment opportunities in the Philippines to a wider and a global audience. In partnership with foreign embassies and chambers in the country, as well as our trade posts all over the globe, we will be targeting not only foreign investors, but also foreign and local credit facilities that could help fund economic zone development, infrastructures, utilities, transportation and logistics hubs, food terminals, and education and skills training programs. In our effort to transform the Filipino workers to become multi-knowledge, multi-skilled, and world-class workers, we also seek to address unemployment and skills mismatch in our industries through the creation of the Special Economic Zone Institute and the PEZA Academy. So we hope to harness the competences needed for the growth, innovation, and overall improved performance of the organization. We have now the pioneer KIST among our state universities and colleges is the Batangas State University in Batangas. So what opportunities will Batangas State University enjoy? They have now started to invite investors, companies, to locate in their campuses. So we have IT BPO companies, small item manufactured materials, and startups. They are now assisted by several foreign embassies. For example, the Indian Embassy in the Philippines, who initiated the bringing of Indian investors in the KIST of Batangas State University. You can now, or Batangas State University and the incoming KIST parks among our SUCs and private universities can now invite a foreign school partner to bring to the country their knowledge, their skills and technical training programs, their technology, so we can also make the country attractive to foreign students. Last year, we have also launched the PEZA's Dollar Program, which is the Development Outreach for Labor, Livelihood, and Advancement of Resources Program. Again, in support of AO18 and the Balik Probinsya program, we hope to entice OFWs to instead come back home because we are already providing them jobs, skills training programs, and contribute to the total development of the country. So we have in the Dollar Program, the Job Expo, an Innovation and Livelihood Expo, an online special economic zone training, an Import and Export Expo, and the Logistics, Transportation, Utilities, and Supply Chain Expo to invite potential companies to construct these different efficiency factors that we have to address to make the investors attractive to locate in our economic zones. So today, we will be focusing our efforts on the total implementation of AO 18. So this is in our bid to spread the creation of more special economic zones in the countryside. That's why we have now the various local government units who are very enthusiastic to put up their own economic zones, as they can see models of successful LGU host, where we have economic zones, in particular, a big example is Cavite Province, Baguio City. We have also Lapu-Lapu City, where we have the Mactan Economic Zone, and in Pampanga, and of course in the NCR region. Wherever economic zones and industries are located, contributed to the higher classification, higher income to the host LGUs, who are now highly urbanized cities, first-class municipalities and cities. We want to spread this all over the country, especially in the countryside, and that is exactly what AO 18 is mandating us to do. Out of 1,700 plus LGUs, so far we only have 110 LGUs hosting economic zones. Yet, we can see in these 110 LGU hosts of economic zones the social progress, meaning the lowering of their poverty and crime incidents and insurgency eradicated. Multiplier effect of providing jobs to our people is more businesses will grow to respond to the increasing needs for services and goods of the people we provided with jobs. So we want this job creation by thousands and millions to happen all over the country. PEZA is among the agencies mandated in AO 18 to accelerate rural progress in the countryside through the creation of economic zones. So we can also hasten the human capital and infrastructure development and provide interventions to strengthen economic zones in the countryside. As such, we at PEZA strive within its powers as the top export-oriented investment arm of the country to make it possible. So we are now actively involving various LGUs to make use of their idle lands, national government agencies who are managing public lands to also convert this into economic zones, thus attaining total development of the country through the acceleration of progress. It is high time for our regions to enjoy social progress and achieve inclusive growth that brings development and livelihood outside of Metro Manila. We firmly believe that utilizing our idle lands by putting up different types of economic zones will boost the economy with its multiplier effects and employment for our dear Filipino brothers and sisters, who we are proud to say are our advantage, because the Filipino workers are among the young, capable, English-speaking, so it's easy to train our workers, being English, they can understand English, and our character traits of being friendly, hospitable, and helpful is what made the Filipino workers very the Filipino workers most sought after by investors, especially foreign investors. And we believe that this will happen, or this will hasten the development of our regions and achieve a more inclusive growth. This is also the best and fastest economic master plan that the national government must promote to hasten development, especially in the countryside, and bounce back from this crisis. Ecozones will be drivers for economic recovery and growth in every region, which will help create jobs for the locals and complete the supply needs in the area and hopefully in the world. When people have jobs, consumption increases, and local production booms. Again, in our experience in PEZA, it is our export companies who triggers and contributes in the growth and development of domestic enterprises, in the growth of our farmers, our cooperatives, our MSMEs, and will turn both socio-economic progress as well, like the reduction of crime and poverty incidents in the regions as experienced by our ecozone host like Cavite and Mactan. So in this view, we have created this Global Biz program under PEZA's Transformation Roadmap. This will serve as the promotion and marketing tool in this new normal. So we have organized sessions such as this in partnership with our LGUs, with our foreign embassies and Philippine embassies abroad, so we can attract more foreign investors and local enterprises. And we have to empower, capacitate, and enrich economically our LGUs, our farmers, and every Filipino, and our people in general, to contribute in enhancing our idle land assets and available rich natural resources, and to bring best out of the Philippine potentials and vibrant economy. Through the venture, among all others, we can achieve our goal of making the country self-reliant, self-sustaining, and resource-generating, and the investment haven in Asia. So ladies and gentlemen, our partners, our guests, and resource persons, every Filipino, every loving Filipino who wants to contribute in making the Philippines fully industrialized and an investment haven in Asia, hand in hand, let us promote Galing Pinas, Galing Pinas. Again, let's make the Philippines as the best investment area to invest. Thank you, and mabuhay po tayong lahat. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our distinguished speaker of today's Global Biz with PEZA. No other than His Excellency Adnan Villalona Alonto, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of Yemen. He was born March 1, 1959. So he's not hiding his age. In Manila, Philippines. Ambassador Alonto belongs to the illustrious Alonto clan of Lanao del Sur. He is the 7th child of former Senator Dr. Ahmad Dumocao Alonto and Kadja Cordelia Villaluna Alonto. Adnan, or our distinguished speaker, grew up in a highly politicized environment with several of his close relatives holding high political offices. As one of the founders and constituent council member of the Rabita Al-Alam Al-Islamic Muslim World League, Dr. Alonso also holds the distinction of being the lone Muslim Filipino winner of the much coveted King Faisal Award for service to Islam in 1988. Our distinguished speaker, my dear friend Ambassador Alonto, pursued his passion for the law, public service, and cause-oriented advocacies earlier on in his life. This led him to earn his political science and law degrees and eventually became a member of the Philippine Bar in 1986. As advisor, Ambassador Adnan is adept at issues involving the struggles of the Muslims in the Philippines and the Islamic world. Moved by his desire to serve his country, Ambassador Alonto returned to the Philippines in 2016 and accepted his nomination from the Philippine President as Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Republic of Yemen. Ambassador Alonto arrived in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia together with his wife, Joe Ernest C. Alonto, on November 15, 2017. He presented an open copy of his credentials as Philippine Ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to His Excellency Dr. Nisar bin Obaid Al-Madani, the Minister of the State of Foreign Affairs of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia on November 30, 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, let us give a warm applause to His Excellency Adnan Villaluna Alonto.
Thank you very much, Madam Ching. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening to all the attendees of this forum. Again, our very active, energetic Brigadier General Madam Ching Plaza, the Administrator of PEZA, the members of our CAPIPs all over the world, our fellow government workers in the different agencies and their representatives, of course, our local executives, mainly in the Visayas and Mindanao areas, fellow government workers, my fellow Filipinos, magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat dyan sa Maynila at magandang umaga dito sa kaharian ng Saudi Arabia at magandang gabi sa lahat sa anumang lupalop ng mundo na nakikinig ngayon dito sa forum na to. At first, I'd like to congratulate yet once again the PEZA led by Madam Ching for this global BIS for Visayas and Mindanao LGUs. Indeed, it is high time that we feature the potentials of these areas into the world and cite the important features of their local governments and areas that can help the country invite the needed direct investments. And the PEZA, I'd like to dare say that is doing a heck of a job doing that. And I am, of course, honored once again to speak before this forum. And it is, in fact, a prelude to an investment forum that has been jointly organized by PEZA and the Philippine Embassy here in Riyadh to invite the Saudi Arabia private sector and businessmen on some kind of a listening forum so that we can highlight certain areas that we have and offer in our areas that can attract these potential investors to in fact invest. And I believe that this time is an appropriate time despite the pandemic, as we know, the pandemic is still out there, and the virus continues to wreak havoc to societies and economies all over the world. I'd like to report, though, that here in Saudi Arabia, the kingdom has handled the pandemic in a way that has softened the impact of the pandemic on its people as well as in its economy. I think the features of the handling of the kingdom in terms of handling the pandemic was made very clear in that it was a resounding success, at least to most observers in the world. And the very first thing that they did was, during the height of the pandemic, was to issue a decree, the king issuing a decree saying that all those who are sick of COVID can go to any government or public hospital and they will be treated for free. So that was the start, and that was the sign, the first sign that the handling of the pandemic here is going to be very smooth. And then again, Saudi Arabia has invested $2 billion into that went into the research of finding a vaccine for this particular virus. And when the vaccines were made available, Saudi Arabia was one of the first who made sure that they had the supply and that they have purchased the vaccines that can inoculate perhaps the 34 million of its people, including its expatriate population. At this point, the kingdom has vaccinated more than 17 million of its citizens and nationals and expatriates, and roughly constituting around 50% of its population. And we're only, in June or nearing July, and the intent being that by the time that we reach December, we shall have accomplished, or we shall have reached the so-called herd immunity that the kingdom has been hoping for. So what's the significance of all this in the handling of the pandemic? I think it's very important for them because Saudi Arabia is designed, or the handling of their pandemic is designed to bring them up to their feet in terms of making sure that their economy recovers. And true enough, the economy has become alive, and stores have been open, malls have resumed businesses, and in no time, the economic activity that is required to allow them to economically recover is clearly seen. And of course, the pandemic and the virus still out there, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia continues to respond to its challenges. Recently, they have just issued a directive where they are now starting to vaccinate people from 12 to 18, children or young boys and girls from 12 to 18. They have begun vaccination of this sector. So all of these would readily indicate that they are handling the pandemic very well. And the intent of that is for them to achieve what they call their national initiative, referred to as the 2030 vision. It is a national initiative of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia that will allow them to develop their economy and reduce its total dependence on oil revenues. And that means that they are willing and able to invest globally. And with a sovereign wealth, which is one of the biggest in the world, their sovereign wealth, also known as the Public Investment Fund, is estimated now to be around $430 billion. And the kingdom continues to find suitable and safe and worthy investments all over the world. And this is, I think, where we should concentrate, lest we be left by the bus. And it's also very clear that Saudi Arabia is undergoing dramatic changes in terms of their society, their rules, and the economy. The private sector has become so vibrant, and I guess some of you here present who have seen Saudi Arabia 30 years back would agree with me that the Saudi Arabia of today is very much different than the Saudi Arabia 30 years back. So, in fact, I'd like to show you one of the things that I have seen in the press today. I hope you can see this. So this is an article in Forbes magazine saying, depicting the first Saudi Minister of Tourism, and with the caption "Open for Business." This is so because there is now a conscious effort on the part of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to open the kingdom for tourism. So unbeknownst to the world, the kingdom is host to a good number of UN heritage sites. And the kingdom, as part of its 2030 vision, is opening up. It's going to be a matter of time that it will open up to full-blown tourism. And I think we should recognize the opportunities brought about by that development. As you know, we are a country that has had tourism as a core source of income, and we are indeed experts in that area. And if the kingdom opens up to full-blown tourism, then I think there are opportunities that we can take advantage of. There will be a great demand for hotels and therefore furnitures and and I think that we should tap our local resource furniture making capabilities to respond to this demand. You may have also heard about the project NEOM. It is a city that they are building in the west. This will be home to hotels and other tourist attractions with different sets of immigration rules. So it's certainly something that we could look into, where we could be part of the supply chain that will be created because of that particular special zone. And I'd like to report to every one of you that there have been recent interests of the kingdom to look into the opportunities in the Philippines. Only last week, I have arranged, Philippine Embassy has arranged a call with our very own Secretary of Trade and Industry, with the Saudi Minister of Investment. And I think one of the things that they have talked about was the possibility of sending a trade mission to the Philippines sometime in September. Not to mention the fact that they're also interested in talking with the Secretary of Tourism of the Philippines to precisely talk about their tourism potentials and their desire to take advantage of the so-called slowdown and attract certain capabilities that can come from the Philippines and brought forth in Saudi Arabia in their effort to develop their tourism industry. So, I just want to emphasize the fact that their sovereign wealth fund, or their so-called public investment fund, has recently increased. They have increased their assets in the global market by 30%, from 5% in 2017, and this is in 2020. They have increased it by 30%, and it's their intent to grow this fund is very apparent in their body language, calling and inviting ministers, trade ministers, and tourism ministers in the country, and calling them, in fact, the Philippines being one of them, calling the different ministers of tourism all over the world. And it's a sign that they want their tourism industry in the map, in the world map. And I think that we should take advantage of this. And I believe our local executives can rightly articulate the resources and the capabilities of their areas, and see where we could fit in this growing demand and momentum here in Saudi Arabia. And certainly the Philippine Embassy would be a willing tool to ensure that you have the information that you have. And the Philippine Embassy, of course, would like to thank the PEZA, led by Madam Ching, for giving us the opportunity to provide the assistance that our country needs, so that, as I said, we will not be left by the bus. So I would like to spend this time listening to your questions and listening to your insights, and therefore I will stop here. And again, let me express the gratitude of the Philippine Embassy here in Riyadh in behalf of my officers and the staff of the Philippine Embassy in Riyadh. We'd like to thank you all, of course, Madam Ching and PEZA for the opportunity, and we hope and pray that we will be able to recover from this pandemic as soon as we can, and with all your help. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat.
All right. Thank you very much, His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto, for that insightful and encouraging message. We have taken note of your report on the possibility of a business delegation in the Philippines sometime in September. With some of the interest on tourism, and I think PEZA has also some tourism economic zones. Later on, maybe the Director General would expound on this more. But for now, let's proceed to the next part of our program. We will start with our first speaker this afternoon, which is the Mindanao Development Authority. MINDA will be presenting a message support to the current efforts of PEZA to inform of current works of MINDA to support these initiatives, including the development of agri-fisheries sectors in Mindanao, as well as to look at the viability of promising potential locations of ecozones development in the area. Secretary Manny Piñol will be represented by the Executive Director of MINDA and concurrent head of the Philippine National Coordinating Office of BIMP-IAGA. She is also the head of the Secretariat to the Mindanao Lawmakers Association and Secretariat to Confederation of Mindanao Governors and Mayors, or CONFED. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Undersecretary Janet Lupos. Yusek, you may now have the floor. Thank you.
To His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto, the Honorable Director General Charito Plaza, to all our colleagues in development work, our local government officials present in today's activity, maayong hapon gikan dinhi sa Mindanao. On behalf of Secretary Manny Piñol, allow me to read the Mindanao Development Authority Chairperson's message of support. The Mindanao Development Authority lauds and supports the Philippine Economic Zone Authority, or PEZA, for the conduct of the mini global biz for LGUs of Visayas and Mindanao with the theme Accelerating Rural Progress through President Rodrigo Roa Duterte Administration Order 18, creation of special economic zones in the countryside. As a prelude to the global biz in Saudi Arabia, the mini global currently being hosted gives Mindanao LGUs to promote opportunities to promote potential ecozones and attract investors to the Bangsamoro region, particularly in Lanao del Sur. We are proud to have worked closely with the PEZA in various initiatives to promote economic zones across Mindanao to accelerate rural progress in the island. MINDA and PEZA already entered into a partnership for proactive ecozone development outside the traditional growth centers, propelled economic activities, generating jobs, and increasing agricultural productivity and rural enterprise opportunities. Despite the pandemic, we're very proud that we are seeing equally energetic partner through the PEZA, which continues to aggressively push for creating an ecosystem of vibrant business environment and ecozones by harnessing efficiency factors towards full industrialization. Considering the vast resources and potentials of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, ecozone development will lead to more jobs, improved income, establishment of advanced logistics and transportation system that will stimulate the overall progress of the countryside and the whole of Mindanao and the entire country in general. We all know that the pandemic has presented to us an unprecedented challenges that is now drastically changing our way of life. And because of this, we all are in agreement that we really need to forge a new path together, one which centers on our lessons that we have been learning and we continue to learn out of this pandemic. We realized the need to strengthen some more our agricultural base, especially in Mindanao, wherein agriculture and food industry remains to be our anchor. Health, jobs, technology, innovation, and of course, human resource. So allow me to give an update where we are in terms of supporting ecozones development in this part of the country. Our initiatives at Minda on ecozones development in support of the EO issued by the President and now being implemented or led by the PEZA through the leadership of the DG Ching Plaza is still anchored on the Mindanao 2030 vision, a vibrant Mindanao economy that is unified and integrated, driven by socially and environmentally responsible enterprises that are internationally competitive, built on judicious and sustainable management of its rich human, natural, and cultural endowments, providing wide employment and broad and equitable benefits to all Mindanaoans. And we all are very much aligned in terms of ecozone development because we believe that is one strategic step towards creating more local employment, creating more jobs, and inviting expansion in terms of our innovation and development in all our industries in Mindanao. Next slide, please. Based on this one, our roadmap overall in Mindanao is really sustaining the gains of peace, increasing our productivity, and addressing our poverty. And more recently, because of our crisis during the pandemic, also ensuring that all our efforts align towards Mindanao's economic recovery. When we look at the We Heal as One document presented by the national leaders on how we will recover in our economy, one very striking strategic mentioned there in one of the chapters of Healing as One is really on bringing down economic development and steering local enterprise and employment generation at the local level. And we believe that ecozone development, what we are preparing right now, is a step in the right direction. To translate this into our into a strategy, we have what we call a virtual clustering of Mindanao regions through Mindanao development corridors. This is about clustering us in terms of strengths, in terms of our historical economic patterns or historical trade ties, and clustering us in terms of strategic proximity for us to have collaborative impact in terms of economic activities. So we have Northern Mindanao Development Corridor, South Central Mindanao Development Corridor, Western Mindanao Development Corridor, and we have smaller clusters within that. And also a very promising and most promising corridor right now is the Bangsamoro Development Corridor. In that virtual clustering, it is also about the same concept of development, clustering, and aggregation. In the same manner, when we zoom out, even in our BIMP-IAGA, where Mindanao and Palawan, in the case of the Philippines, is a part of, the Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines East ASEAN Growth Area has also adopted a similar approach in order to effectively harness our existing resources, our existing assets and potentials. So Mindanao, as the Mindanao Development Corridor, we also have the West Borneo Economic Corridor on the part of the Borneo Islands, the part of a portion of Malaysia and a portion of Brunei, and a portion of Indonesia is also covered. And for the part of a portion of Indonesia, Greater Sulu-Sulawesi Corridor. What we are seeing here is that even our member countries in the BIMP-IAGA are themselves preparing to cluster specific regions with this similar strength so that it can harness its local potentials. And eventually the plan is to interconnect the economic zones, the agri-industrial zones, the economic zones of each member country so that we can fully maximize our potentials together. Next. We have identified several potential and very, very promising locations for possible economic zones, particularly agri-industrial economic zones. But out of the 18 potential locations in Mindanao, we have right now, just as an update, we have now started with the first 7, preparing a business case for each of the 7 agro-eco zones in Mindanao. We are saying that these are the pilot because this will be the first set that we will work on in terms of business case development and the pre-feasibility studies. The rest will have to, we will have to work on the rest in batches. And right now, while we are in this situation, we do not see it as a challenge, but we see it as an opportunity that while most of the industries now are still reeling from the effect of the pandemic and still working on readjustments of their business models and their economic strategies, we are taking the time, we are maximizing this time to really set up already our pre-feasibility, pre-viability assessments and studies and rapid assessments for the potential locations of agri-industrial ecozones in Mindanao. On screen, you will see that we have started to identify in the different regions together with our partners from the various local governments, particularly their provincial planning and development offices and our regional development council. The process of selecting the sites, for example, the first 7, which we have selected for the first batch of pre-feasibility assessment are the following. No? We have Agusan del Sur in Barangay Bayugan. There's an existing agrarian reform community in that area, and that's a very promising area for agro-industry development. In Basilan, we have Barangay Maluong. In Lanao Sur, we have Picong, which also has a separate plan for its Picong port. In Maguindanao, we have included the Buluan. In Zamboanga del Norte, we have in Irasan, Rojas, which is right now an existing PAIC or a provincial agro-industrial center. In Zamboanga del Sur, we also have an identified location in Ribocon, Dumalinaw. And in Zamboanga, Sibugay, we have Palomok to Pulasian in Titay. And most of these locations actually personally assessed and personally visited by our then Minda chairperson, Secretary Alonto, and also being pursued right now and being supported closely by our current Minda chairperson, Secretary Manny Piñol. And of course, the very active support of DG Team Plaza for all of these identified sites. When we were selecting the pilot sites for business case development, we looked at the several criteria for site selection, like potentials for strategic commodities, commodities that will have very promising opportunities for expansion that has increased demand in the market, whether existing or potential, inter-industry linkages, infrastructure facilities, whether existing or already in the pipeline, and market potentials. There are also other criteria that have been taken into account, but these were the four major ones. What we noticed at least in the first seven pilot tested in business case development is that there are several key opportunities that are already very evident, promising potentials, especially when we have already interviewed the potential partners and interested investors. So the key opportunities that came out from the business case development out of the seven are the following: renewable energy, and we conducted the renewable energy assessment in these areas, and these are very, very promising. We have manufacturing assessment done also. It is also very good. There are very good opportunities also for warehousing and logistics, for packaging, facilities development, utility services, education, and IT support services. And all of this, if there's going to be any interest to look into the details of the business case assessments and the rapid assessments done in these areas, the Mindanao Development Authority will be happy to share with you the results of these rapid assessments. What are the strategies that we have put in place to ensure that we sustain what we have started? And actually, this has been the agenda discussed by the MINDA chairpersons previously, Sec Alonto, and also Sec Neil De Lompinas, and now Secretary Manny Piñol are the following. One, we have to make sure that infrastructure development will really help lower the cost of transport from the commodities from farms to export gateways. Infrastructure development covers, of course, the road infrastructure, our connectivity, both communications, ICT, and land, air, and sea connectivity as well. And it also includes the innovation in terms of economic infrastructure. We are also making sure that we are streamlining procedures and policy reforms. For example, in our energy and power development in Mindanao, we have our one-stop facilitation center. That is some way, that is our way of making sure that we are able to facilitate interest and investors who would be willing to support us in the development of these identified ecozone sites or locations in Mindanao. We have also, in the next slide, you will see that these are now some of those that are the critical infrastructure that we are closely monitoring, as these are the identified linkages to the ecozone, to the pilot ecozones that we have also identified, and of course to the others that are in the pipeline or in the next batches of business case development. Now, other than the infrastructure, we are also now working on our Mindanao human resource mapping. It is very important, especially when we have locators in Mindanao. One of the basic questions that they ask us would be the availability of human resources. So we just had our talent mapping done a few years ago, together with the Department of Labor, supported by the World Bank in Mindanao. And we are now on to our next stage, which is crafting really the Mindanao HRD plan and HR mapping. This will help industries, locators, and investors plan out strategically their human resource requirements, which are locally available in Mindanao. We are also working on with the Department of Science and Technology in preparing our centers of excellence in the different universities and research institutions in Mindanao. So the plan is that when locators come and investors come, we also want to make sure that innovation, research and development has also been prepared. So in partnership with the DOST and the Mindanao Consortium of Universities and Research Institutions, partnering also with the private sector research and laboratories, we are preparing centers of excellence, which will be able to provide the skills, the innovation, the researches that will be needed by the industries when all of these are already in place. So we're already there, HRD preparation, our innovation and R&D preparation to complement our strategies for infrastructure and policy. And along with that, we are also pleased to update you that we have recently signed our partnership agreement, our memorandum of cooperation with the Bangsamoro government for ensuring that we sustain our economic initiatives for the whole of Mindanao and for the Bangsamoro Development Corridor in general, which also includes the agri-industrial ecozone development. At the level of the Minda Board, we have also recently passed a resolution supporting ecozones development in Mindanao. The next slide will show us that we have actually already surpassed two resolutions, resolution number 05 and 04, which was presented during the Mindanao Speaks Up Forum, a Mindanao Leaders Forum done last February in 2021, already at the height of the pandemic, but nothing is stopping us from pursuing what can be done even despite our limitations. So we passed resolutions requesting the DTI, the PEZA, the SPDA, the BARM, regional government, and MINDA to organize and promote existing PEZA-certified economic zones in Mindanao into a Mindanao Ecozones network and propose the creation of a BIMP-IAGA working group on economic zones development. So that's something that the Philippines is going to propose to the BIMP-IAGA sub-regional cooperation. The level of the Minda board, this has already been approved. The other resolution is requesting the Office of the President through the DTI for also in support of the identification and supporting the requirements of the LGUs for their identification of locations for possible ecozones development. Again, as we said, we are seeing this as a strategic step as we prepare our Mindanao economic recovery in preparing steering local economic development and preparing opportunities for growth, for innovation, for jobs creation. We are anticipating that a new era of business and economic development, human resource, is forthcoming as we gradually come out from the reeling effects of the pandemic, especially now that the vaccination rollout has started to produce positive signs of gradual rebound of some of our enterprises, especially here in Mindanao, and economic activities. And so we hope that by then we are ready with the basics. We have done our initial groundworks here in Mindanao. And I'd like to end there again on behalf of Secretary Manny Piñol and the entire team of Minda. We hope today's discussion will offer new and interesting insights into pursuing jobs creation, local employment, by exploring opportunities for innovative ecozones development. Once again, shukran, maayong hapon sa tanan, maayong buntag sa uban natong kaubanan. Thank you and mabuhay po kayong lahat.
All right. Thank you very much, Undersecretary Janet, for your comprehensive presentation. If you have questions, you may key in at our chat box in our meeting room, and we will respond later on. Reminding as well our speakers to stay tuned for the Q&A in a while. Moving on, for our speakers from the Southern Philippine Development Authority or SPDA, Honorable Abdulgani Jerry A. Salapuddin is represented by Mr. Monaf H. Pasio, the Deputy Administrator of SPDA, and Mr. Chris B. Dagala, the Operations Manager. However, due to the unstable internet, they are not able to present, but they are conveying their message of support and gratitude to PEZA. For our next speaker, still from Mindanao, we have the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority at the BARM, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Tourism of the BARM. We have with us to represent Honorable Roslaine Alonto Senarimbo, we have Mr. Muhammad Bashir El Abbas, the Executive Director, Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority, Ministry of Trade and Industry and Tourism. Please have the floor. Thank you. while waiting for his presentation, let me remind everyone that for our speakers to please limit your presentations to 5 or 7 minutes maximum to allow us for the Q&A later on. And then reminding as well the next speaker, we have the NCMF, the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, to please prepare. You are the next speaker. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum. Naririnig po ako? Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Please come in. Yes po, naririnig namin po kayo. Go ahead.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Yalonto, Madam DG Ching Plaza, to all the participants of this forum, magandang hapon and magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. Although this is a very brief presentation regarding what is PEZA in the barn. Before my presentation is, we all know that the BARM, we are just established as new region and we are still in the transition period and we're still in the period of organizing the bureaucracy. Even the authority needs, from the previous REZA needs to be reorganized. Now the Bangsamoro Economic Zone Authority. Next slide, please. The PEZA is created pursuant to the Section 23, Chapter 6 of the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act, or the Bangsamoro Autonomy Act number 13, or the Bangsamoro Administrative Code, in relation to the Bangsamoro, in relation to Section 28, Article 13 of the Republic Act 11054, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Organic Law. Next slide, please. The PEZA's mission is to lay down the foundation of globally competitive and sustainable business environment for investors through sound infrastructure and logistic facilities, effective identification and management of economic zones, efficient administration of incentives, and focused investment promotion. The PEZA envisions to be a key player in initiating globally competitive and sustainable business environment, in generating exports and employment for accelerated economic growth of the Bangsamoro. Next slide, please. Our mandate is to operate, administer, manage, and develop economic zones within the BARM. Next, so our mandate is to register, regulate, and supervise enterprises in the eco-zone in an efficient and decentralized manner. Next, our mandate is promote investment with collaboration with other agencies, especially the PEZA and the Board of Investment. Grant incentives, next, our mandate. And the last is the employment, create jobs to our people, for them to feel what can we deliver as a BARM government. Next slide, please. For now, we have these 6 types of economic zones in the BARM. But for now, there are some economic zones introduced by the PEZA. We're thinking to adopt that. Especially the Halal Hub and the Aquamarine Economic Zone in the island provinces of Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, including in the coastal areas of Mindanao and Mindanao del Sur. Next slide, please. In the an eco zone may develop through any of the following schemes. First is through private initiative. Second is through LGU initiative to be assisted by the regional government. The third one is the autonomous regional government initiative. Any of that, the ecozone can be established with the following steps. Next slide, please. Priorities of the PEZA. First is the upgrade of Polo Freeport. The lone existing economic zone within BARM. Next slide, please. I think Ma'am DG Plaza also visited the Polo Freeport past few years with the previous government in the BARM. Next slide, please. Next. And this is the Polo Freeport Economic Zone. The purpose of the PEZA is to identify, next slide please, to identify throughout the region potential areas for the establishment of economic zones aligned to the administrative order of the President Duterte, 18, strengthening the economic zones in the countryside. It's also aligned to the BARM Spatial Strategy Economic Development. The objective of this is to strengthen the socio-economic development of the BARM by managing and optimizing its geographical space potential that may stimulate growth while ensuring the ecological integrity. Next slide, please. Map of the BARM. We have 5 provinces, 3 cities, and 100 municipalities, and 2,590 barangays. From the previous arm, the additional 1 city, which is the Cotabato City, and the barangays opted to join BARM in the North Province of the Cotabato. Next slide, please. Priorities of the PEZA is to commercial ships to host regular shipping operations within Polo Freeport to enhance the mobility of the people, goods, and services in the area. It will also support the operations of regional centers and local centers in Mindanao, Cotabato City, and in the North Cotabato. Next slide, please. The goal of the PEZA is to establish at least one namely the Mindanao, Basilan, Sur, Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi, as well as in the cities Lamitan, Cotabato, and in the special geographic area in the province of Cotabato. Next, our goal is, the ultimate goal is to begin investment in our area, promote our area, and create jobs to our people. And lastly, to contribute in the social economic growth of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. This is my presentation, but the BARM government supports the Philippine economic in its mission in line with the Duterte's Administrative Order number 18, accelerating the rural progress and development of the special economic zones in the countryside. Shukran, Assalamualaikum, thank you very much.
Shukran wa alaikumussalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Muhammad Bashir Abbas. Let's continue. Ituloy-tuloy na po natin from the Mindanao bago tayo tumungo sa Visayas. But please be reminded sa ating mga speakers na we only have 5 to 7 minutes po sa ating mga presentations. Alright. So, next speaker, we have the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, Secretary Saidamin Balt Pangarongan, to be represented by Director Saliha P. Sakar, the Director of the Bureau of Muslim Economic Affairs. Director Sakar was born in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia. She is a graduate of Bachelor of Laws in the Philippine Law School. She studied her pre-law in Mindanao State University with a course BS Public Administration, and also a graduating student of Masters in Public Administration in the University of Perpetual Help Delta System in Las Piñas. She is the youngest Bureau Director of NCMF, duly appointed by His Excellency President Rodrigo Roa Duterte last February 6, 2020. Her support and contribution for PEZA was recognized by the Director General Charito Plaza for her efforts as CAPIPs of PEZA. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Director Sakar. Naka-mute po kayo, yata.
Raison, how is my audio?
Yeah, it's clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. To Director General Brigadier General Charito Ching Plaza, to His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto, to all the distinguished guests, local government executives, fellow public servants, good afternoon. It is an honor to be speaking in this forum, the second global BEAS with PEZA for Visayas and Mindanao. As one of the CAPIP's partner of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority in the creation of our Special Economic Zone in Mindanao area in relation to Administrative Order Number 18, otherwise known as the Accelerating Rural Progress through Robust Development of Special Economic Zones in the Countryside, and as a result of the successful series of Mindanao-wide Ecozone Summit last 2020, the Lanao region, to be particular, the Marawi City LGU, headed by Mayor Mahul Gandamra, has informed my office and the Philippine Economic Zone Authority through Group Manager Alim Sidik Giapal that the Honorable Mayor of Marawi City is finally initiating the registration of his proposed land for the Special Economic Zone in BARM. Also, along with this, are proposed Special Economic Zones in Cotabato Region and Davao Region, which is scheduled for ocular inspection. The National Commission on Muslim Filipinos, through the Bureau of Muslim Economic Affairs, is one with the Philippine Economic Zone Authority in creating the Special Economic Zones with the aim or goal to establish different industries that will generate jobs and income to the Filipinos. The NCMF, Bureau of Muslim Economic Affairs, and the Marawi City Local Government Unit signed a Memorandum of Understanding in the interest of the establishment of halal hubs for the proposed Special Economic Zones of Marawi City. So let me continue about Marawi City. Marawi City was founded Dansalan in October 1689. And then, so let me skip this brief history in the interest of time, but I will proceed about the population of the area. The land area of the Marawi city is 87.55 kilometers squared, which is consisted mainly of the mountains, rolling hills, valleys, and large placid lake. Because of its high elevation, Marawi City features a very cool weather. With the total population of the city as of 2015 is 200,000 plus, these people are mainly consisting of Muslims, which is 90% of the total population. The economy of the city is largely based on agriculture of rice and corn and exporting of various crafts such as mat, malong, wood crafts, among many other things. They also manufacture hollow blocks, goldsmith, and blacksmithing is equally popular too. Possible businesses to put up in Marawi City are halal tourism, which includes Muslim-friendly hotels, halal restaurants, halal establishments, also halal abattoir for agriculture industry, which may supply halal meat in Mindanao and in the Philippines, even for export of goods, halal logistics, and others. Also halal farms such as rice grains and the like. Other opportunity were rubber processing, cold storage facilities, oleochemical products, processed halal foods, and Muslim apparel, jewelry. It may also include pearls and cloth weaving. Tourist spots in Marawi are the local attractions in the city. In the city include the one in your screen. We have here the Maria Cristina Falls, the Lake Lanao. We have the MSU, the Mindanao State University. We also have the Aga Khan Museum of Islamic Arts. It is a huge collection of indigenous art, displayed ethnic music tape recorded, the native folk dances from different regions of Mindanao, Sulu, Palawan, and the native tools and weapons used by the Muslims, and different artistic designs of houses are the main attractions of the museum. We also have Dayawan Weaving Village, the Royal Turugan Houses. We also have Agus River, located in between Saduk and Lilud, Marawi City. Swiftest river in the country, its most cataract is the Maria Cristina Falls, outlet of the Lake Lanao to Iliana Bay. We also have Bagang Beach. It has trees in the lakeside that serve benches and shades. Besides are floating woods where the barangay residents take a bath and ablution. Ideal for picnics, nice place for boating, swimming because of the clear water. So the rehabilitation of Marawi City began following the end of the Battle of Marawi in October 2017, which left the city devastated. The 5-month conflict, which started in May 2017, saw government forces fighting against ISIS-affiliated militants led by Isnilon Hapilon of the Abu Sayyaf and Omar and Abdullah Maute of the Maute Group. Efforts to rehabilitate the Marawi began even as the Battle of Marawi was still ongoing. An interagency task force called Task Force Bangon Marawi was set up on June 28, 2017 to facilitate the rehabilitation after the conflict subsides. The Philippine hosting of the regional 2019 Southeast Asian Games was initially canceled in August 2017 with the government funds meant for the hosting to be reallocated to the rehabilitation efforts. 2 months later, the government said the country will remain host. The Department of Interior and Local Government has announced that the rehabilitation efforts has already begun by October 2017. By October 2017, a few days after the conflict ended, the AFP, the Armed Forces of the Philippines, dissolved the Joint Task Force, which marks the start of the full scale of the rehabilitation of Marawi. The military set up Joint Task Force ran out to replace the defunct task force to facilitate the rehabilitation efforts. Amidst the battle, some countries and the international organization either pledged or gave aid for the rehabilitation of Marawi. China, on its part, as well as other countries, the India, as well as the Asian Development Bank and World Bank, expressed their willingness in providing technical assistance in regards to the rehabilitation of Marawi. So on October 2017, the Philippine government has received rehabilitation aid from Canada, China, Germany, India, South Korea, Singapore, Thailand. It has also received aid from the United States Agency for International Development and ASEAN Coordinating Center for Humanitarian Assistance of the On Management, as well as Australia, Japan, the United States, and the European Union and the United Nations Development Program have pledged aid. Today, as the Islamic city of Marawi was free from the terrorist members or militants, we at the National Commission on Muslim Filipinos would like to take this opportunity to help establish the economy of the city, generate jobs and income for the Maranaos in Marawi, and elevate the livelihood of the constituents of the Marawi city, promote their culture, and provide Sharia-compliant jobs and establish Islamic finance for the Marawi city constituents. We invite our fellow investors to take a look at the new Marawi city today and hopefully invest in our potential halal hubs in the Mindanao areas. Thank you so much and wassalam.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Director Sakar, thank you very much. And we look forward to the full development of the Marawi proposed ecozones as well as the other LGUs of Mindanao. Moving on to our next speaker, no? So we'll proceed naman with the Visayas LGUs. For the order of speaker, we will have the LGU of Sipalay first, and then prepare po si LGU of Hinubaan, and then followed by the LGU of Sagay. Now, I am thrilled to introduce the ever-supportive and proactive Mayor of the City of Sipalay, Honorable Maria Gina M. Lizares. But since she has delivered her message this morning, we have with us Mr. Jeric Lacson to deliver her presentation on her behalf. Thank you very much, and please have the floor. I think nakamute po kayo, Mr. Jeric. Wala pa rin pong audio. Wala pa rin po. Wala pa rin pong audio.
Hello everyone. Okay na po ba?
Yes, yes. Okay, please go ahead.
Okay, that's
Thank
great.
you. Go ahead.
Sige. To His Excellency Adnan Alonto, the Ambassador of the Republic of the Philippines, to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, to our PEZA partners, Director General Charito Ching Plaza, and of course GM Alim Yapal, to our partners and friends from various national government agencies, other local government units present, the academe, and other personalities acknowledged earlier. From the Jewel of the Sugar Island, friends and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon everyone. Maayong hapon sa tanan. On behalf of our very vibrant City Mayor, Honorable Maria Gina M. Lizares, I am Jeric H. Lacson, the Tourism Officer and the Economic and Investment Promotion Officer of Sipalay City. The people of Sipalay would like to convey a message of gratitude to our partners, of course, to the PEZA Director General Ching Plaza and GM Alim and the team for extending assistance and for the unending support. As shown in the video, Sipalay City is one of the major tourism destinations in Western Visayas with nearly 300,000 tourists in 2019. And we are not only eager and excited. I think the best term is that we are more than ready. We are more than ready to maximize this competitive advantage and to explore opportunities. As a future smart, safe, and sustainable city, we would like to welcome and invite partners to work with us in realizing our dreams and spur investments in various potential industries and areas. In Sipalay City, we have a young, available, and skilled manpower ready to supply the needs of future industries. And since Sipalay is away from the typhoon belt, we have a very suitable waterscape for a yacht club, marina, or the like that can house various private and public vessels. Our picturesque hills and highlands with a backdrop of beautiful islets, sports activities like caving, diving, surfing, cycling, and trekking are ideal for tourism estates, resort complex, retirement village, golf course areas, and other similar developments. Noting that Sipalay City is facing Sulu Sea, one of the main fishing grounds in the country, marine resources and agricultural produce are abundant and viable for agro-industrial processing and manufacturing. Renewable energy such as solar farms and hydropower are also ideal, and our seaport and airport have ample areas for future development. Also, during the pandemic, we have noted that a number of Filipino and foreign nationals from nearby cities have relocated here in Sipalay for a work from home, but we prefer to call it work from paradise arrangement or working online while enjoying the livability of Sipalay, which means that we offer or we can offer the best experience for a work, live, play life. More than anything else, and what is always being emphasized by our city mayor is that there should be a balance between economic progress and environmental conservation and sustainability. This is why we are guided by our local version of the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the Sipalay City Sustainable Gains Development Agenda. And after this signing and event, we would be grateful and we are looking forward to host the team for a scheduled visit anytime soon. With all of this, friends and ladies and gentlemen, towards a safe, smart, and sustainable future, Sipalay City is more than ready. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lacson. We likewise look forward again to be visiting the Sipalay very soon. Moving on to our next speaker, we have equally dynamic and handsome, if I may. His leadership is founded on humble beginning, as manifested in his strong will to effect change in his locality. He served Hinubaan for 9 years and was able to achieve various national awards during his term, such as National Awardee Seal of Good Local Governance 2017 and 2019, and various awards from the Departments of Agriculture, Trade and Industry, DILG, DepEd, and DENR. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Honorable Ernesto Alquesa Estrao. Sir, please take the floor.
Okay, sir, maraming salamat to His Excellency Adnan Alonto, our Ambassador, Embassy of the Republic of the Philippines, Honorable PEZA Director, General Charito Ching Plaza, and members of the PEZA people, and some of the speakers of this occasion, Global Biz with PEZA, Visayas and Mindanao, my fellow servant, public servant, mayong hapon sa tanan-tanan, mayong hapon sa taga Mindanao, magandang hapon sa Tagalog at Panay. In behalf of the people of Hinubaan, it is my pleasure and privilege that I am one of the speaker for this very historic occasion for the Hinubaan on Global Biz with PEZA, Visayas and Mindanao. And before that, I would like to thanks to the people, especially to our PEZA Director, General Charito Ching Plaza, that Hinubaan is also one of this member of this activity. And with this vision to our, as I set as mayor of this municipality, before 54% of the poverty incident, meaning malaki-laki yung population, ang very poor people. At because of the executive administrative order of our very humble and dedicated President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, na makatulong sa mga masa, that creating a special economic zone in the countryside. And because also of our former Governor Marañon, the visionary leaders with his former Vice Governor, and now our dynamic Governor of Negros Occidental, together with the economic team of Hinubaan, nagkaroon kami that was born on Southern Negros Industrial State. This area have more or less 300 hectares. Southern Negros Industrial State, a path of progress within the national zone. And there's existing the Philippine Port Authority on that Salvation Port. There used to be an airport, and there is also a 2.2 kilometers used before of the ILCO. And there is a 10.7 meters concrete access road from the highway to Salvation Port. This is adjacent to the area, the famous Ubong Cave and other tourism destination. The presence of the Philippine Coast Guard Academy in the area and the port facilities Negros Occidental Police Mobile Force. With this vision of the three problems, not only in Hinoban, but I know this is also the problem about the entire Philippines, that poverty, insurgency, and unemployment. Southern Negros Industrial State would be the answer of this problem, especially today, of the Balik Probinsya program of our national government. Now, with this, I would like to appeal not only to the people of Negros Occidental and to the, of course, to the PEZA, and of course some of the resource speaker today, and of course some of the locators who are also watching us, that the potential investment and support development projects of this Southern Negros Industrial Zone. The industrial zone has a potential for expansion up to 500 hectares. The seaport can be developed into international standard. The possibilities of using the land for the construction of international airport, and also manufacturing facilities, processing facilities, water supply facilities, and renewable power, warehouses, shipbuilding, dry docking, and ship recycling facilities. Other potential investment in the nearby areas are construction of the new PPE port at Sitio Cagaykay, Barangay 1 Poblacion. Housing for our employees working in the Southern Negros Industrial State. And with this vision, if this materialize for our town, Hinobaan, and that will also the landmark of the people of Negros Occidental, with the help of the PEZA, especially to Madam Charito Ching Plaza, kabay pa nga matigayo ni paagi sa pagampo nato para sa pumuluyo o para sa atong pungsod Pilipinas. Daghang salamat ug maayong hapon sa tanan-tanan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Estrao, for that interesting insights about hinubaan. All right, our next speaker and the last one, saving the best for last, ika nga. We have Honorable Mayor of Sagay City, Mayor Alfredo D. Marañon III. He was elected mayor of Sagay in 2013 and a former legislator from 2005 to 2013. Without further ado, please help me welcome Honorable Mayor Alfredo D. Marañon III. Sir?
Good afternoon. Magandang hapon sa lahat. Magandang hapon kaninyong tanan. To His Excellency Ambassador Alonto, to Director General Ching Plaza, colleagues in government service, distinguished guests, good afternoon. This afternoon, I'd like to present to you Northern Negros Export Processing Zone of Sagay City, an LGU-owned export processing zone. Your emerging growth landscape, committed to bring value to investors and its community. Next slide, please. This is just a picture of our administration building. Next slide. North Negros Economic Zone's vision is to be the center of a sustainable agro-industrial, educational, and ecotourism development in Northern Negros, grounded on exclusive growth, public order, disaster resiliency, and climate change adaptation, sustained through transparent and participatory governance. Next slide. Its mission is to adopt a comprehensive, coordinated, and harmonized strategic development and sustainable development approach that will bring all stakeholders together in concerted and complementary results-oriented initiatives that enhance and optimize city and districts' existing resources and potentials. Sagay City has been awarded the Galing Pook Award for its innovative program on marine conservation by the Asian Institute of Management and the Ford Foundation. In 2007, it's placed second among 170 entries on its program on being the outstanding marine protected area, and was awarded by the Marine Support Network. In 2011 to 2019, it garnered 13 awards for best tourism practices, awarded by the Association of Tourism Officers of the Philippines and the Department of Tourism. Sagay also was awarded by the DILG for 3 consecutive years for the seal of good local governance. So North Negros Ecozone can be accessed by air to Silay Bacolod Airport, that is serviced by PAL, Cebu Pacific, and Air Asia. By sea from Manila by WGNA, Super Ferry, and to go that would take you to Bacolod City. Sagay City is 82 kilometers away from Bacolod, and Sagay has a feeder port that services a RoRo from Sagay City to Tabuelan, Cebu, in the northern part of the Cebu province. We are also expanding our feeder port that in the future it will be able to service domestic shipping. Next slide, please. Our literacy rate in 2010 is 96.73. We have two colleges, the North Negros Science and Technology, the MDM College. We have two vocational schools. We have 5 private high schools, 19 public high schools, and 66 elementary schools. Next slide. Sagay has a population of about 152,238 based on the survey on in 2018. We have 89,000 of working age, projected population of about 157,689 in 2021, with the working age of 93,426. The average minimum daily wage is $395 for those establishments employing more than 10, and 310 pesos for minimum daily wage for those employing less than 10. Our census in our nearby cities of Cadiz is 154. In the city of Escalante is 94,000. And the municipality of Manapla is 54,000. Next slide, please. We get our power supply from renewable energy sources, from solar and biomass. We have telecommunications from Globe, Smart, and that new company, Dito. We have a total road network of 302 kilometers, 60.55 kilometers of which is a national road, 17.74 is city road, and 224.3 kilometers is barangay road. As I said earlier, we have a feeder port, as you can see in the picture in the third bottom. Next slide. Northern Negros Economic Processing Zone is 100 is allotted for the industrial park and future development. Right now, we have 20 hectares of proclaimed special economic zone area, and the sizes ranging from 3,000 to 8,000 square meters. If you can take a look at the pictures in the slide, that's the admin building, which will house the Bureau of Customs, the Office of the PEZA, and the administration office of the Ecozone. You can also see the water supply, the water tank, the transformer, the road leading to the Ecozone, and the wastewater treatment facility. Next slide, please. So North Negros Economic Zone is ready for you to locate. We are inviting you to invest in Northern Negros Export Processing Zone. Thank you very much, and good afternoon.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mayor Marañon III. And PEZA is here to help us materialize our visions for our local communities as we implement po the AO18. And that concludes the presentations of our respected speakers for today. May we now move on to the next part of the program, the open forum. May we request our group manager, GM Alim, to moderate the forum, and also our speakers to please stand by. GM Alim, please have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryson Arubinto. the Division Chief for the Investment Promotion of the Public Relations Group of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. Here at the PEZA Auditorium, we are joined by our Director General, Brigadier General Charito Ching Plaza, our Deputy Director General for Policy and Planning, Mr. Tereso Panga, our Investment Promotion Partner for Calabar Zone, Mr. Ramon Boy Espedido, and our colleagues from the Promotions and Public Relations Group of the Philippine Economic Zone Authority. We also have here the Chief of Staff of our Director General, Attorney Farah. Earlier, we made an acknowledgement with our distinguished colleagues, our Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto from the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and the different national government agencies purposely invited by the Director General to give teeth to the administrative order signed by our President at AO number 18 to create a robust economic growth in the countryside through the creation of a special economic zone. A few reminders, you may raise your hand. There's a quick click hand button. I can see it from the screen. I will acknowledge you with your name, or if you may, I could just call on the name and you may introduce yourself. And if you're not talking, kindly turn off your microphone. So we start now the open forum. Distinguished guests and colleagues from the government. We have the first question from, I see a raise hand button. We have a question to our Director General, Charito Ching Plaza. What is the direction of the PEZA transformation roadmap in terms of the creation of the eco zones in the countryside, and what are the priorities for your administration with the creation of with your support to AO 18, Mindanao, Visayas, or the other part of the zone, ma'am?
Okay, that's a good question. No? The transformation roadmap of PEZA, this is now the direction, no, we are taking to implement or realize the goals and objectives of PEZA. So our goal, for example, is to fully industrialize the Philippines. And how are we going to fully industrialize the Philippines? Of course, to attract investors. No, we first have to attract investors to invest, no, to bring their capital, to bring their technology, create jobs, and help us develop our idle lands. Okay. The product of PEZA is ecozone development. Ito yung produkto ni PEZA, ecozone development. And we have two types of ecozone, the horizontal and the vertical. Horizontal ecozone, ito yung mga lupa, no, mga lands. Yung vertical ecozone, ito yung mga buildings where the IT BPO companies has to locate. Okay, why are we focusing on ecozone development? Because we cannot, the investors, no, both foreign and local, who are into export, no, who are export companies, meaning their market, the market of their goods and services is the whole world. So our law says that if we can provide incentives, and even subsidies to investors, both foreign and Filipino, if they are export-oriented companies, no, meaning their services, no, their products are for the world market. We can invite them and attract them with incentives if they are located in the economic zones. So meaning, kung wala sila sa loob ng economic zone, hindi sila mag-i-enjoy ng incentives ng PEZA. So that's why the primary product of PEZA is the economic zone. We are creating different types of ecozone according to the land potential and the resources of that land, no, and the potential industries that must be located in that particular type of an ecozone. So, yun nga po. Kaya ang drive namin ng PEZA to fully industrialize the Philippines is to make available first for our investors different types of ecozone so that all types of our investors and industries of the world can be located in these different types of ecozone. So yun. So meaning, hindi pwede yung plan-plan lang tayo na ito yung ecozone natin, ecozone sa Mindanao, ito yung ecozone sa Visayas, sa Luzon. Let's implement it, no? Let's implement it. Ngayon si PEZA is the only agency of government right now who is authorized to register the lands, whether these are public lands or private lands, to become ecozones, including the buildings. No? Kami lang po yung agency. Kaya kami ang nagpupursige, nag-i-invite sa lahat na dapat magtayo muna tayo ng different types of ecozones so that we can easily market and promote these ecozones to the different types of industries of the world. So yun muna. Second, nakita kasi namin sa PEZA na right now, the Philippines is one of the few countries in the world which is very rich in natural resources and human resources. Ang kulang natin ang efficiency factors, no? So what are these efficiency factors? Kasi itong mga investors, syempre nagninegosyo sila. They are looking at different countries, no? Like why ano ba ang advantages ng Pilipinas? Bakit na-attract sila sa Pilipinas? Number one, because of our workforce. Yung ating Filipino workforce can speak English, meaning madaling maintindihan, no need to translate the manuals of the industries because nakakaintindi ang Pilipino. We are number one as call center because ang ating mga Filipino workers can also speak well, no? Pronounce well the English language, no? Na naintindihan ng buong mundo. Okay? And we have a workforce that is young, no? Iilan na lang ang countries na merong young workforce. Karamihan po aging, no? Aging population. So, yun ang nakaka-attract sa atin. Ang nakaka-attract din sa Pilipinas because of our location. We are in the center of Asia and Pacific, so we are near to almost all countries of the world. Third is, ang ating lupa very fertile. We can grow different types of crops. We only have two types of weather. Wala tayong winter, no? Unlike America, the European countries, Japan, and some Asian countries, meron silang winter. So 5 to 6 months, they cannot plant. That's why they have to import. They have to import food and other agricultural products to countries that can grow food the whole year round. Ito yung mga advantages ng Pilipinas na hindi natin napakinabangan. No? O, pareho niyan. Meron tayong almost 8 million hectares of agricultural land. Bakit hindi natin tinaniman? Bakit nag-i-import tayo ng rice, sugar, coffee, and almost everything that we eat? No? Yet, idle yung almost 8 million hectares of agricultural land. Meron tayong 15 million hectares of timberland. O bakit nag-i-import tayo ng kahoy? Tapos idle, hindi natin tinaniman yung 15 million hectares ng kahoy. No? So, meron tayong almost 9 million or 8 million hectares of mining lands. Pero anong ginagawa natin? Ini-export natin raw. So pati lupa, export din. Kaya nasisira yung environment, no? Bumababa yung ating mga bundok, no? But if we have a mineral processing economic zone, which we have now, 2 mineral processing companies, no? Pinoprocess nila into different finished products yung mga minerals natin. So nakaka-create ng different jobs, then nakaka-create ng different finished products na ini-export sa ibang bansa, no? So what do I mean here? We have to put in order yung ating lands. We we have to put in order yung ating mga natural resources. We have to put in order the advantages of the Filipino worker. So ito yung transformation roadmap. Ito yung mga programa, proyekto ni PEZA. No? Para tayo ma-fully industrialize, we'll start with identifying the land potentials and the resources of it. Kaya gumagawa kami ng iba't ibang klaseng economic zone para hindi masira yung environment. So again, if it's agricultural land, we call it agro-industrial ecozone. Only food and agriculture-related industries ang ilalagay doon. Pag tourism ecozone, kasi meron siyang white sand beach, or it's a mountain resort, no, with a beautiful view, merong mga waterfalls, ito yung pinoproclaim na tourism ecozone. And then specific dan tayo para hindi masira yung tourism the tourism sites, no. So specific dan tayo, only industries or companies who will put up resorts, theme parks, retirement village, wellness and naturopathy villages ang aming aaprubahan to locate in the tourism ecozone. Pag timberland naman, agroforestry ecozone. Only paper making industries from the leaves of the trees, wood making industries like furniture, yung mga plywood, veneer, etc. etc. Yun lang ang companies na ilulocate natin sa agroforestry economic zone. Pag IT park and center, ito yung mga lupa, usually in the urban center, na doon natin itatayo, aprubahan ni PEZA pag mag-apply yung may-ari ng building at saka lupa. Usually these are in the urban centers or in the cities. No? Dito maglulocate ang mga IT BPO. Okay? So, and so on and so forth. No? We have shown you the different types of ecozone. So again, we are promoting environment-friendly industrialization. So kailangan ang industry mag-fit sa kind of land and the natural resources of it. No? So meron tayong manufacturing ecozone, purely manufacturing. Meron tayong defense industrial complex. Actually, may mga military reservation areas ito na pwedeng manufacturing, pwede rin siyang IT park, pwede rin siyang agro-industrial if the land is agriculture. Ang may-ari si Defense or si Armed Forces of the Philippines. Kaya tinawag natin na Defense Industrial Complex, but it can be mixed, no, according to the land potentials and the resources of it. Because we don't want to destroy the environment, but enhance and responsibly utilize the natural resources of every type of lands. No? So yun po ang pinakaprodukto ni PEZA, economic zones. And then the next to fully industrialize the country is to make attractive, no, through incentives, through subsidies, through the ease of doing business, through the lowering of the cost of doing business. Kaya ina-address din natin yung ibang efficiency factors like mas marami ang mag-invest sa Pilipinas, no, sa ating mga ecozone kasi kumpleto yung ating supply chain. So again, our experience says na pag marami tayong ma-attract na mga export companies whose market is the whole world, dito nagsisimula na nag-grow, nadi-develop din yung ating mga farmers, yung ating mga MSMEs, no? Kasi sila ang magiging supplier. Kung ano yung mga raw material, supplies, and even manufactured materials, kung meron yan dito sa Pilipinas, maa-attract natin ang investors kasi hindi na sila mag-i-import. Kasi pag mag-i-import sila sa mga supplies and raw materials dahil wala sa Pilipinas, it will increase the cost of their production. No? Kaya isa yun sa nakaka-attract. Nandyan ba sa Pilipinas ang mga supplies and raw materials? Nandyan ba sa Pilipinas may mga logistics and transportation hubs ba sa Pilipinas? Like what we are aiming also is dapat para maging attractive sa countryside ang mga investors, dapat bawat region meron silang international airport and seaport. Kasi yun ang tinitingnan din ng investor para direct nilang i-distribute ang kanilang mga goods to the global market. No? So yun ang aming ini-envision para talaga ma-attract ang investor sa countryside, dapat bawat region merong international seaport and airport. Next, tinitingnan nila, magkano ba ang cost of power sa Pilipinas? We are still the second highest power rate in Asia. So to counter that, ang isa sa ating programa sa PEZA na dapat yung mga ecozones natin will provide quality at saka low cost of power and other utilities. Kaya isa sa aming ina-attract na mag-invest sa ating ecozone, yung mga power provider. So to give you an example, yung aming Cavite Economic Zone, ang nag-apply as power provider for the 200 plus companies or factories, no, si Meralco. So ang condition namin sa Meralco, you should provide quality power. Quality because kailangan walang brownout, kasi masisira yung mga makina ng mga investors natin pag palaging brownout. Second, kailangan lower power rate, no? So magkano ang binigay ni Meralco sa ating mga kumpanya locator sa ecozone sa Cavite? Only 5 pesos per kilowatt hour. Pero pag ang mga industries or investors will be located outside our ecozone, they are paying 12 pesos per kilowatt hour. Sa ating Mactan Economic Zone, ang power provider din doon is imposing only 7 pesos, 7 or 6 pesos per kilowatt hour. Yung mga industriya or investors outside Mactan Economic Zone are paying 14 pesos per kilowatt hour. No? So yun ang trabaho ni PEZA, how to address the efficiency factors. So another thing that we did was to partner with our Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, our local banks, and foreign banks. Magtayo kayo ng bangko dito, then you provide credit facilities para may pautang or pa-loan. Yung mga LGU na magtatayo ng ecozone, yung mga private landowners na magtatayo ng ecozone, yung mga farmers, cooperatives, and those who want to put up industries, no, inside our ecozone, etc., etc. Yung mga truckers, brokers, everybody doing business in our ecozone, pwede na silang mag-avail ng loan sa ating mga bangko. No? So yun ang ginawa din ni PEZA. Now we provide credit facilities so that everybody doing business in our ecozones can borrow funds, okay? Pwede rin PPP, pwede rin JV, no? So lahat ng schemes pwedeng gawin. But the first thing that we should do, if we are a landowner or managing public lands, the LGUs and the public agencies or government agencies, at saka private landowners, is to register. I-register muna ninyo yung lupa nyo or building sa PEZA. Then the PEZA board will approve this. Then we forward this to the Office of the President. Ang final approval or declaration of an economic zone is through a presidential proclamation. So this will provide stability. So yung ating mga investors, they need not worry na baka babaguhin yung ecozone na yan, nakapag-invest na kami dito ng how many thousands and millions, no, to put up our factory, no? So yun po ang ginagawa ng PEZA to put the economy, put the economy and the sources of investments in order. Kasi ngayon, walang order eh. Kanya-kanya tayo. Like for example, ang LGUs, no? Ngayon lang nalaman ng karamihan ng LGUs yung programa ni PEZA, na si PEZA palang nagbibigay ng incentives both to the ecozone developer and every industry, no? So ngayon lang nila nalaman. So ngayon, ina-address namin nga lahat ng mga efficiency factors para lalong ma-attract ang investors sa Pilipinas. No? Hindi tayo ma-fully industrialized kung hanggang planning lang tayo palagi. No? Kaya sabi ko nga doon sa Committee on BIMP IAGA sa Congress, 26 years old na itong BIMP IAGA. Pabalik-balik tayo, committee hearing, public hearing sa Kongreso, meeting-meeting mga leaders ng Mindanao, no? Dami nating plano, ang gaganda ng plano natin. bakit wala pa rin tayong makitang proyekto na epekto ng BIMP-IAGA, no? Kasi kaya ito yung inoffer ni PEZA. Magsimula tayo by creating economic zones kasi dito maa-attract ang mga investors to bring their capital, their technology, etc. to the Philippines inside the economic zone kasi meron silang makukuhang incentives, meron pa silang makukuhang subsidy. All the national government and local government support. No? So yun, ang multiplier effect kasi niyan, pag mabigyan natin ng trabaho ang ating mga tao, syempre may pera ang mga tao, what's the multiplier effect? More businesses will grow. Kasi yung demand for services and goods, nag-i-increase. Kasi may perang panggastos, pambili ang mga tao dahil may trabaho. No? So yun ang pinakamalaking ano. Then of course, the new technology that will be brought by these export companies of the world, investors of the world, will also make the Philippines competitive, no, sa digital economy, no, kung ano yung mga latest technology of the world. Then the development of our land, ilang dekada na bakante yung ating mga lupa, no. Ito na, kung maging economic zone yung ating mga lupa, ito yung mag-a-attract sa investors. Sila mismo ang mag-develop sa ating mga lupa. They are going to lease our lands, no, whether these are public or private lands. Kung may pera naman tayo, maka-avail tayo sa credit facilities ng mga bangko, then we ourselves can develop our own eco-zone. No? So there are many schemes that PEZA is preparing to guide our eco-zone developers on how to develop and how to attract the investors. So yun. Yun po ang nasa transformation roadmap ni PEZA. Ina-address namin yung pag-create ng different types of eco-zone so we can attract different types of industries. Ina-address namin yung how to put up the efficiency factors, supply chain, logistics and transportation hubs, no, credit facilities, the utilities na kailangan ibaba natin yung rate para magiging competitive sa presyo sa global market ang ating mga industries. No? Ito yung ina-address ni PEZA. Then, skills training para mas ma-attract ang investor kung makita nila ay ang ganda ng Pilipinas kasi mga bata, ang mga workers, we produce 1 million workers every year who reach the working age of 18. Pero anong nangyayari? Only 20 to 30% are employable kasi yung kanilang skills hindi nag-match sa needs ng ating investor. So ina-address natin din yan through our Special Economic Zone Institute at saka PEZA Academy. No? So, yun ang ating overall goal to fully industrialize the Philippines through eco-zone development and attracting investors. Then, we hope to build an economy that is production, manufacturing, and export-driven economy. We hope to make the country self-reliant, self-sustaining, and resource-generating para hindi na tayo mag-import ng import. Ngayon, import-dependent tayo. Import and consumption dependent economy. So yun ang, kung makagawa na tayo ng economic zone everywhere, makumpleto natin yung supply chain, masolve natin ang poverty, masolve natin yung crime and insurgency because people have jobs. People are happy. No? Okay. Then, ang tatlong objectives to meet the goal, one is we have to make different types of eco-zone to attract more different types of industries. Second is to address the efficiency factors. Then third is to transform the Filipino workers to become multi-knowledge, multi-skilled at saka world-class workers. Pag ma-address natin yung goal and the three objectives, ito yung mga different projects and programs ng PEZA as our response to met the goals and the three objectives. So yun. Kaya unang-unal sa lahat is eco-zone development muna tayo. Kasi may ang dami pong gustong mag-invest sa Pilipinas. Ang unang tinatanong, where are we going to locate our companies, our factories? So yun ang una nilang tinatanong. Tapos nabibiktima sila sometimes yung nagbo-broker sa kanila ang mahal-mahal ng lupa. No? So kaya kami din sa PEZA, we hope to develop the the long been idle lands, public lands. Ang pinakamalaking landowner kasi gobyerno. No? So all around the provinces, LGUs, are many public lands that are idle, unutilized. Kaya kami sa PEZA, meron na kaming 4 na public zone. We will still increase this. No? We see to it na every region will have a public zone kasi ang dami natin public lands na unutilized. Yun po ang experience namin, kung saan yung public zone ni PEZA, doon ang nag-trigger sa growth of the private landowners to also make this as economic zones. So like for instance, ang Calabar zone, no, punong-puno na. Lalo na Cavite, Laguna, and then Batangas, no. Ang dami ng ecozone. Doon din sa sa Pampanga, no. Nag-start ang Pampanga ecozone ni PEZA. Marami nang sumunod. So ang dami ng ecozone sa Pampanga. Doon din sa Baguio, no. Nagsimula si PEZA ng public zone niya, mandami na din sumunod. Lalo na sa Cebu, no? Nag-start sa Lapu-Lapu City, ang dami ng mga munisipyo and cities of Cebu na nagtayo na rin ng ecozone. Kung nasaan ang ecozone, ay talagang progresibo ang mga LGU. So yun ang gusto naming mangyari. So tamang-tama yung AO18, ito na yung challenge ni PEZA and the other agencies of government to fully industrialize the country. Okay? Sige, haba ng explanation.
Thank you very much, Madam Director General, for the comprehensive citation of the interventions of PEZA in terms of our support to Administrative Order 18 and also our transformation roadmap. May we invite again in the screen His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto we have another question for him relating to Excellency. May we invite you again? We have 10 remaining.
I'm here.
Yes, Excellency, we have a question here. Earlier, you cited about the 30% increase of the sovereign wealth fund from the Saudi government. In the interest of the LGU who are attending today, what would be the priority investment of the Saudi government? So when we do the promotion, there would be an earnest effort in terms of our prioritization on what we can present in the upcoming Global Beast with PEZA.
Yes, thank you for the question. And I guess, the Vision 2030, their national initiative, was launched sometime in 2016. It's the proponent and the implementer is the Crown Prince, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, who essentially is the de facto ruler now of the kingdom. So one thing is that they want to have their economy less dependent on oil, which means that they have an open mind in terms of what investments out there that can benefit them. And precisely, they're very aggressive now, looking into worthwhile investments abroad. They have, of course, their own domestic agenda. And one of that, I think a couple of years ago, they have organized some kind of a forum that laid down their domestic agenda and their priorities thereof. One of which would probably be logistics, the logistics, and they want to develop their ports to be even more responsive to, increased capacity of their ports. The other priority that I remember is, Saudi Arabia is not only rich in oil, it is also rich in other minerals such as gold. So it's very important that we recognize this domestic agenda as it relates to some opportunities that we might have in our own country. So tourism, as I mentioned earlier, they want to develop full-blown tourism. And the Forbes magazine article is evidence of the fact that they're very serious opening up the kingdom to tourists. And in so doing, they have started, in fact, the infrastructure to support that. NEOM, for example, which is a special zone in the western part of the kingdom, is, as we speak, under construction, and they're building hotels, resorts, and all sorts of entertainment facilities there. And certainly there will be demand, since this is an area that's really vast, and I have seen the place. I was lucky enough to be one of those ambassadors who were brought to the area, and we toured the area that will constitute NEOM, and it's essentially about 1/3 in terms of the resorts. It might constitute 1/3 of the Red Sea, at least on the Saudi side. So it's a napakalaki. I could not even imagine the potentials of this. Of course, I have to put some context on the fact that Saudi Arabia has an area 7 times bigger than the Philippines. And when they designate a specific area such as NEOM, napakalaking area niyan, napakalaking area na i-develop nila that would spawn some demand in terms of services. As I suggested later on, I guess you are the experts, in terms of anticipating kung ano yung mga business demands because of these developments. So doon naman doon sa sovereign fund nila, I think it's something that they will decide kung ano yung worthwhile investment. They know one when they see one, ika nga, no? And the important thing is that they have the money. They have the money, and let me just share some of the insights that were discussed because we had a recent high-level visit here. The presidential advisor on foreign affairs was sent by the president last week to deliver the message of the president to the highest level here in the kingdom. And one of the things that was discussed was really the development, for example, of the Bangsamoro area, the barn, and Saudi Arabia recognizing the connection of our 11 million Muslims to the kingdom, it being their spiritual home, was willing to engage in some developmental activities in the barn area. Because as I have noticed, we're discussing the development of economic zones here. Yung ating mga kapatid in Luzon and even to a large extent in the Visayas, in the Western Visayas, yung mga local executives natin na naririto ngayon, may advantage po sila doon sa likelihood na mapipili yung kanilang mga areas as economic zones kasi they have the infrastructure, which we don't have in Mindanao, and that's I appreciate the effort of PEZA led by Madam Chin to really encourage yung zones and the development of infrastructure in the Mindanao areas kasi maganda nga yung area, maganda yung potential, pero kung wala yung infrastructure, walang kuryente that can support industries, yung peace and order may problema pa. So hindi tayo uusad, no? Tayo usad. And I think the government has done its job. This current government has done its job in ensuring that the security problem in the Mindanao area is addressed, and our own people have realized that the time for the struggle, the armed struggle, is now beyond us. Dapat we should now be going for the development, peace and development. I mean, peace can only be meaningful if there is meaningful development in our areas. And ang masasabi ko lang, I have confidence that with this emotional connection with Saudi Arabia, we've been here in Saudi Arabia through our workers, in the early 70s. Kilala na nila tayo. We don't need too much introduction. They know what we are capable of. Our workers here, our professionals, have been part of the Saudi fabric of society. And our, marami pa tayong mga household workers dito who are still preferred because they trust us. Pero yun na nga, it's really now that we are here at the point where both parties, the Philippines and Saudi Arabia, are serious in turning our bilateral relations on a multi-dimensional basis, hindi lang labor based, magandang sign na po ito, no? And that's why I'm very thankful sa ating mga kababayan, ating mga public officials who have thought of this investor forum that we are trying to organize. And certainly it is my hope that this will bring a lot of benefits to our country and our people.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Ambassador Adnan Alonto. We are pressed with time, but we will entertain one final question from the Director General to the Ambassador, Madam DG.
Thank you, Alem. Your Excellency, I just have a question. No? These are actually two questions. Number one po, sir, yung KSA government ba are willing to invest using the sovereign wealth fund in other countries like the Philippines? Okay. In the same manner, are the Saudi investors, the Saudian investors also are looking for foreign investments like the Philippines? Okay. That's the first question. Kasi dito po sa atin sa Pilipinas, through our Ecozone program, meron po tayong 3 areas na pwedeng ma-invite ang ating KSA government and the Saudian investors, no, sir? Number 1 po, pwede ba silang pumasok sa Ecozone development, and which will include providing the seaport, the airport, the embedded power and other utilities, no? Kasi ito po ngayon ang aming programa or concept sa Ecozone development, making it into townships. So pag township po, kompleto, may hospital, may mga eskwelahan, may sariling airport, may sariling seaport, may sariling power, no? Because in that way, mas lalong ma-attract po yung mga investors because everything is found in an ecozone. Okay. Number 2, program ng PEZA, yung ating agro-industrial ecozones. As I understand and many understand that the Middle East is mga disyerto. So most of the countries in the Middle East, correct me, sir, if I am wrong, no? What impressed us is that most of the countries in the Middle East are importing their food, no? So yun naman ang meron tayo sa Pilipinas because we are basically an agricultural economy. So one of the big types of ecozones that we are now developing is the agro-industrial ecozone. So this calls for big areas of lands, agricultural lands, where an investor can develop it as an agro-industrial ecozone and plant food, no? So this could be one big source of food by the KSA, no, and other Middle East countries. Then another type of an ecozone that we are also looking for investors is the oil refinery, sir. KSA is one rich in oil. So we can identify our islands, no, because we now have 7,614 islands of the Philippines. Yung Luzon, Visayas, and Mindanao, ang dami pa pong bakante. So how much more for the 7,611